Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. Hi, I'm Choi. You might know me as the spark to the modern food truck revolution. Or for one of my restaurants, Best Friend, Local, A-Frame, Chego, or as Koreatown's very own. But at the end of the day, I'm just an LA kid who really loves tacos. And dumplings, and kimchi, and pickles, and pancakes. To me, food is all about connection, and I'm so excited to cook for you.
Look at that. And we ain't even done yet. I don't know why I'm out of breath. I guess because I'm so excited. Because I'm so excited.
I'm an LA kid, a Korean kid, an immigrant kid. My family had a restaurant called Silver Garden. The kitchen I grew up in came from the whole other side of the world, so I grew up around plastic colanders like this, long chopsticks to cook. My mom cooked almost everything like this. I think she even was so magical she picked up liquid with this. There was food everywhere. There was always stuff bubbling and boiling and fermenting, and kimchi stains on everything. When I went to culinary school, those things that I grew up with weren't necessarily frowned upon, but people didn't get it. They didn't get that it was a part of cooking. I learned all the basics around the Escoffier cookbook, all the mother sauces, how to braise, saute, poach. I went on to work in New York City in fine dining French restaurants. Then I went into hotels and resorts, where I was still cooking mostly food that I really didn't grow up around. And it took me a long time to understand how to merge the two worlds together, between my formal training and what I was brought up with.
This might look like your average taco truck, but it's really anything but.
I had a life-changing experience with the Kogi truck. And it was just an opportunity to cook the food that we wanted to cook. We had no idea it would start a revolution.
Kogi is so popular that most nights the truck runs out of food. The food is a mix of Korean and Mexican cuisine, which is a hit with both food snobs and late-night partiers.
It's not Mexican, it's not Korean, it's not even Korean, American. It's just American food. You know, I was raised here.
And just because I cook a certain way doesn't make my food any less American. It actually makes it more American.
I'm just trying to show you through the food and through the lessons that the world doesn't always have to be perfectly wrapped up.
In this class, I'm going to show you more than just how to make food. I'm going to teach you how to live food, and it starts with what I call cultural shit. I was raised to take your shoes off, put your feet on the chair, double dip, triple dip, quadruple dip, quintuple dip, eat with your mouth full, talk shit while you're eating. You should reach across the table. Yeah, that's right, you should reach across the table. Make grunting sounds, slurp your noodles, wipe your sweat off your forehead. The whole idea of leaving one piece on your plate because everyone's afraid to eat that last piece? Fuck that. Eat the last piece and order another one. Shit.
So there are a lot of things that I won't teach you in this class. Exact measurements, exact volume, precise cuts. I really believe in wiggle room. I like to wiggle. I wiggle everywhere. I want to teach you a lot about instinct, about feel, about seeing things, hearing things, smelling things. I don't know what temperature that's supposed to be, but it looks like it's too fucking hot. To me, that's really cooking. You didn't learn how to make a recipe, you learned how to cook. I'm teaching you my mother sauces, which are completely different than Escoffier's mother sauces. You don't have to be a trained chef to cook. You don't have to be even somewhat of a good cook to cook. You got to cook the food that comes from within you. I'm giving away a lot of secrets, but I'm not giving away all the secrets. I'm Choi, and this is my masterclass, Chef's Kiss.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language.
It took me a long time, a lot of life lessons, a lot of journeys in my life to figure out who it was within my pantry that would represent me. And so if you cut me open or hit me like a piñata and everything fell out, this is probably what will fall out. I grew up with soy sauce, doenjang, tofu, pozole, menudo, and tacos, fruit cocktails, and Spam and egg. These are your friends. These are your allies. Your role players, you know? Your spot-up shooters in the corner that you kick the ball to and they hit that three, you know? If you got these things right here, all you gotta do is put some dry oregano in there, a little chili flake, a little splash of vinegar, a little splash of hot sauce, maybe a little sambal. Shit, you'd be cooking my shoes, still tastes good. Really figure out who your friends are in this world. And that means a lot more than just cooking. No fake friends in this motherfucker, okay? Welcome to my pantry staples. It took me a long time to figure out what it was that was my pantry. Because when you grow up, sometimes when you hear that word pantry or your ingredients, you think that there's supposed to be a standard pantry that we're all supposed to be pulling from. My generation, we have feet in different worlds. You have to go to school and, you know, be as American as apple pie, but then you go home and things are very private and it's hard to, you know, bring friends to your house because opening the refrigerator to your homies was like, that was like the worst thing ever, man. You, like, you know, in the Asian household, you're, no, don't go to the fridge. So I'll get the drink for you because when they open the fridge, you know, there's dead fish in there, there's bubbling fermented cauldrons of stuff. Then as you grow through it, you realize that we're all different. And one standard of cooking in one pantry or one cupboard doesn't determine your cupboard. And just remember that yours doesn't have to look like this.
So I'm going to show you what's in my pantry. It's got some Asian ingredients, some Latino ingredients, some American ingredients, and really, it's just representative of the food I grew up with in Los Angeles.
For me, we can start with the fresh. Ginger, garlic, scallion. These are what's called aromatic vegetables. This is the basis to any Asian type cooking. You start your stir fries, your marinades, your sauces, your vinaigrettes. So as soon as these things hit a hot pan, you're gonna smell it. And once it becomes fragrant, then you can start to add all this other stuff. And you start to build layers and layers and layers and layers of flavor. As you move from your aromatics and your vegetables here, I think all you really, really need is salt and pepper. It's always good to have two different types of salt. Have a coarse finishing salt, which is usually called a sea salt, and then have a kosher salt, a little bit of a finer but still rough grain for cooking. You also want to have maybe two different types of black pepper. You can have the ground black pepper already and then have peppercorns that you grind in a pepper mill. You want a high heat oil for cooking, whether that's a grapeseed or a vegetable oil, or just a common olive oil is fine as well. And then you want to have maybe a finishing oil as well. And that finishing oil could either be a sesame oil, like this, or it can be an extra virgin first pressed olive oil. And then that oil can also be infused with either lemon or orange or whatever the case may be. And then you have your canned fruits. For the generation before mine, up until the 70s, a lot of Western food, especially for people in Asia, and even through Hawaii and even through the Polynesian Islands, the introduction to American food was through canned and processed food because they were kind of spill-offs from the army bases, which were kind of present in a lot of these countries. If you were to ask someone in 1955, 1965, and maybe 1975, yo, what's America like? They'd be like, they would think that this is America right here.
Hungry youngster just back from school, Dole Fruit Cocktail provides a mighty tasty snack. Just as it from the can, it's perfect for any time of day, any kind of meal, and requires no preparation.
I think the fruit cocktail is the fundamental bedrock of canned fruits. Let's open one up and see what it looks like. The beauty of the canned fruit cocktail is there was always a surprise and a gift, very much like a Cracker Jacks box or a blue M&M. You always wanted to get the cherry inside, because as you see, there's not a cherry with every bite. And so this is the fruit cocktail here. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I'm gonna get the cherry. And especially if you grow up in a big household, these are things you fight over right here. Cherry. Oh, delicious. So canned meats. Canned meats are a huge thing of my pantry because it's something that I grew up with. The most popular one is Spam, but you also have things like corned beef hash, and you also have Vienna sausages, the small little sausages. So the trio would be a Spam can, a corned beef hash can, and a Vienna sausage can. And with that, you can make a charcuterie board. You ever had a canned meat charcuterie board? You don't need to. Let's continue to move on here. We have tofu. Sometimes you can't afford to have certain proteins or meat items or animal meats or whatever the case may be throughout the week. So it ends up being vegetarian without claiming or having to profess that it is vegetarian. So there are 3 different types of tofu. There's a firm tofu, there's just regular soft tofu, and then there's a silken tofu. In this tofu, you can not only cut it into steaks and pan fry it, but you can cube it and put it into a soup. You can puree it and put it into dumplings, or use that to make some sort of gruel or porridge. And you could just eat slices of cold tofu with our dipping sauce and maybe a little bit of powdered nori and a little bit of chili flakes on top. Oh, it's delicious. And then we have wonton wrappers here, or dumpling wrappers. These are store-bought dumpling wrappers, and there ain't no shame in this game at all. These are one of those things like dry pasta. For sure, you can make them from scratch, but it kind of depends on your cooking skill whether or not they're going to be better if you make it from scratch, right? So we've gone from the canned fruits to the tofu to the aromatics. We're going to end up here at the gochujang and the doenjang. These are fermented bean pastes, soybean pastes, that are used as flavor agents and as soup agents and marinades throughout Korean cooking. This is the Batman and Robin of Korean cooking right here. So gochujang is a version of doenjang. And doenjang is made by fermenting soybeans, creating it into this brick paste, and it's mixed with many different aromatics. From there, you add chili powder, and it becomes this gochujang. This is used for spicy stews, marinades, spicy pork, grilled barbecues. This is fermented soybean paste. Miso is fermented soybean paste as well, but they're not the same. A lot of people like to compare doenjang and say it's the Korean miso. That would be like me saying miso is the Japanese doenjang. So if you reverse that argument, how silly does that sound? We're 2 different countries, 2 different cultures. They're totally different. This is sambal right here, chili garlic sauce sambal. What gochujang is to us, sambal is to Southeast Asia, and it's a wonderful condiment to not only eat as a dipping sauce or as a finishing condiment, but also within cooking as well and marinating. And this is a store-bought one, obviously, but really what it is just really chopping up chilies and cooking those down with different soys and vinegars and marinades. We have our liquids. So we have soy sauce and sesame oil. I don't think I ever saw olive oil until I was maybe in my 20s. I mean, you run out of soy sauce in an Asian household, somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in a lot of trouble. You're probably gonna get hit over the head with a newspaper like that. Go get soy sauce. It happened to me a lot. Never run out of soy sauce, never run out of rice. These are the 2 things you never run out of. There are many different types of soy. There's dark soys, there's light soys, there's low sodium soys, there's gluten-free soys.
Light soy is going to be a little thinner and saltier. Dark soy is thicker and sweeter.
If you don't know where to start, start in the middle of the road first, and then you can go up or down, however you'd like. Along with soy sauces,
in our liquid family of my pantry, you're gonna want vinegar. Vinegar is really, really important in a lot of things.
Vinegar can help bring out balance and flavor in your cooking. Just like a lime wedge, I use a lot of rice wine vinegar in my cooking, which is a little milder and sweeter than apple cider or white vinegar.
Always have vinegar around, especially for vinaigrettes, marinade sauces. You're always gonna want some form of hot sauce. It's never a bad idea to have an Asian hot sauce and a Mexican hot sauce in your pantry, and then mixing the two together, then you basically got me. So, as we go on to our dry ingredients, rice. Rice is huge in everything that I do.
I use a short grain rice called Calrose rice. It's stickier than something like a basmati rice or a jasmine rice, but not as sticky as traditional Japanese sticky rice or sushi rice.
Dried chilies are a huge part of my life and a huge part of Kogi. These dried chilies you can have in your pantry at all times, and you just want to reconstitute them in some warm water and rehydrate them and bring them back to life. And from there, you can puree them, chop them up, and use them as a condiment. You can find dried chilies at any supermarket. You just gotta look for it, you know? And so what happens is a lot of these ingredients that you see in my pantry are whittled all the way down into these corners. The Asian section, the Latinos, the Latin section, the exotic goods section, you know. Unfortunately, you may have to look for those still. I would love to see that movement where all throughout America, like the news is reporting that all the Asian and exotic good and Latin stations, aisles and markets have been crossed out. And then finally, in my pantry, I have the canned jalapenos, I have the gochugaru, which is related to the gochujang, red chili powder, red chili paste, okay? To make the red chili paste, you're using the dried ground gochugaru with doenjang together. And these are made by drying chilies on your roof or on a field and then grinding them up. This is a coarse grind. I have cotija cheese. The cheese that I grew up with wasn't fancy cheese. It was usually queso fresco or cotija or string cheese. That's pretty much the cheese I grew up with. And then you have roasted seaweed. This is nori seaweed. This is lightly roasted with sesame oil and salt. So your pantry should reflect who you are. Really go back to the way that you grew up, to the things that you ate. Don't run away from any of these things that may not be considered gourmet or special. All of these things have a place in who you are and who you become as a cook. Take a look inward and backward into your history, into your life, and let those things become your pantry. For a detailed list of all of these pantry items that I just went over and more, you can go check out my class guide.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language.
You don't need a whole plethora of knives. You don't need a sous vide machine to do sous vide because you can do that easily in a pot. You don't need measuring cups. This is your measuring cup. 1 cup, 2 cup. A hand blender, you don't need a hand blender. You just need your hand or your elbow. Electric thermometer. This is your electric thermometer right here. You don't need electric thermometers. You just touch. You know, when you start cooking, you think you need all of these things, and you build up all of this inventory of life and all of this clutter and this equipment, and thinking that your cooking has to grow with the equipment itself. There's nothing wrong with having all this equipment, but it's also fun to just go right back to the essence and have maybe just one knife, one board, one bowl, and kind of see where it goes from there. Coming from an immigrant family, it was kind of like get in where you fit in type of environment. And so anything was at your disposal. Buckets like this, you know. And it was always about repurposing, reusing. A lot of Asian immigrant families or any immigrant family, we're kind of like zero waste, not on purpose. You know, like we're zero waste because we're frugal and we're cheap. We ain't got no money. That's why we're zero waste. So if the pickles come in this, or your whatever the case may be comes in this is the perfect container. Why go buy a container? You know, why go buy something like this when you already got this for free? When you go to either culinary school or you begin cooking in, you know, a high-level kitchen, there is a huge fascination with gathering equipment, knowledge, skills. You're at the beginning of your journey. You're rarely at home because you're working maybe 16 to 18 hours a day. Your bank account is usually negative. You know, when you stick your ATM card in, nothing comes out the other end usually. But somehow you end up with like 52 knives and like 300 cookbooks. Before you know it, you got to figure out like how to Marie Kondo that shit all the way back down to like really the essence of why you started and wanted to cook. When you have your first kid, you have like 4 bags, 15 bags of wipes and all these things. And by the 4th kid, you just dunk them in the sink. It's the same thing with like knives and cooking. So this is pretty much all I travel with here. And a pair of chopsticks. But this is all I would need. And I'm going to pare this down even more to show you a realistic example of how it can really work. So we've gone from here to here to here to now here. So not only I don't want you to just believe my words, but you can go back in history on the internet and check it out. Literally, the first year and a half of Kogi, this is all I had. And the reason why I can show you this, all I needed was one spatula, like one mic. All I needed was one spatula just to flip the tacos and burritos. I needed a spoon to taste my food. I could use one knife for everything from cutting to peeling to tourneing, whatever the case may be, one knife. One $10 blender to make all the sauces. And you'll see later in our mother sauce section how all of my sauces ended up in a blender. One bowl to wash, to put your salad mix in. This to strain whatever you were washing, the cilantro or the greens, things like that. Cutting board to cut on, that's it. So with this right here, you could cook for the world. If you're gonna upgrade a little bit, I would recommend having a rice cooker. And it's been tough to get this point across over the years because as an Asian person here in America, you know, we've had a difficult road back in the 90s or 2000s or whatever. If I say you need a rice cooker, you know, the most common reaction would be, shit, I don't eat fucking rice, you know? Rice is only for fucking Asian people, you know, and shit like that. So it was really hard to get people to understand that if you can start with a rice cooker, what happens is you start off at a higher plane as far as even junk food goes or even a snack goes, right? Rice allows you to eat vegetables in a way that, even with bread, for example, let's take rice and bread. Let's do the duel between rice and bread, okay? Because I know how a lot of y'all love bread. But I still think rice is superior to bread. Because let's say you got broccoli, carrots, and celery in your refrigerator. And you're like, fuck, I ain't gonna eat that shit alone. And you don't got no ranch dressing, you don't got nothing, you know? You just got those 3 bland, horrible, ugly-looking veggies looking right at you. You gonna put that shit in between 2 pieces of bread? Nah, right? But you take those 3 vegetables, you chop them up, maybe hit them in the pan with a little bit of soy sauce. You could do olive oil too if you want, whatever the case may be. And you put that on top of rice with a little bit of hot sauce. That's it. If you can have this in your house at all times, you're never gonna burn your rice. It's really simple. A big barrier to entry with cooking is a lot of y'all may think that it's really difficult or complicated or hard, or what if I mess up? But with this gives you the confidence. This is a safety net to practice your trapeze act without breaking your neck. What happens is with the rice cooker, very similar to this philosophy of paring down and not having much, you do everything in here. Every single thing right here. You put the rice in here, you wash the rice in here, you drain the rice from here. Without having a strainer or without having measuring cups or all these things, you're using your senses and your instincts and you're seeing everything happening right here. And then you just put it in the rice cooker and you press a button. And then it's done and it's waiting for you. You know, it's like a warm hug. Just for fun, shits and giggles, I want to see if I can get even more basic. I could even take this away. At the end of the day, I could probably even take this away. And I could probably take this away. That's all I got. That's all I ended up with. For the sake of a little bit of wiggle room, we'll add a spoon, okay? But for the sake of seeing how far I've pared this down, this is not only something to help you start cooking, but it's also, I think, a metaphor and a prism towards life. It will keep your creativity constantly fresh. It will keep your life constantly young. It will keep your perspective constantly aware. But it will also keep you connected to the inequities of life. Because when you have too much, you get too comfortable. And when you get too comfortable, you get too lazy. And when you get too lazy, you get complacent. And when you get complacent, you become inconsiderate. And then you become wasteful. And then we end up with all the shit that we have right now in the world. Hopefully through these classes, you find your own pared down essentials. For me, if this was on my tombstone, what are the 4 things Roy needs to cook? This is it right here. So for a list of equipment that you actually don't need, go check out my class guide. One day I may get rid of a knife because I could just rip shit, break carrots, peel shit with my teeth. So if I don't need a knife, then I don't need a cutting board. By the time I do die, I may end up with a bowl. This is your master class right here. Warning, this class contains some bad in language. This is called a kalbi marinade, but really what it is a Korean barbecue marinade. Kalbi means barbecue short rib, but it's not limited by Korean barbecue short rib. We're gonna use these for vegetables. We can use these as a base, and you add different vinegars and lime juice and chili powder and other aromatics to it. It can become a sauce. There's so many things to do with it. It can become a braising liquid. It's a vinaigrette, it's a glaze, but the most important thing is it's also a cooking liquid. That's why it's a mother sauce. If you would have asked me before I went to culinary school or before I became a chef what mother sauces were, I would think you're talking about my mom. That's all I know. The sauces my mom makes, that's my mother sauces, you know. But the whole concept of mother sauces are that these are the base. As you learn and become a chef, you're taught to believe that the mother sauces are bechamel, velouté, brown sauce, hollandaise, right? And those are the mother sauces that are built from escoffier and carême and French cooking. The reason why those 4 sauces were considered mother sauces is because within the world of escoffier, for example, you could make so many different derivatives from one velouté. If you just make the base velouté and then you add in pureed spinach, or you add in different spices, or you add in different vegetables, those things become different. You can take that velouté, for example, and that can become the base for like a chicken pot pie. Not only can it become a chicken pot pie, it could also become a gravy. So it really allows you to take that one mother and then make derivatives off each one. But what I didn't realize that the mother sauces can be the mother sauces of your life. So I found out after many years of cooking that my 4 mother sauces are a kogi vinaigrette, a kalbi marinade, a salsa verde, and a scallion dipping sauce. And these are very, very different from how I was trained as a chef. And it took a long time for me to be okay with that. And I want you to figure out what your mother sauces are. But you can start with mine. Let's get started with the kalbi marinade. That was my best masterclass voice. That was for y'all. All right, here we go. So here's the basis of the kalbi marinade for my mother sauce. This is a very contentious recipe because this is one of those recipes where everyone has their version of it and their mom did it the best, or their region or their neighborhood did it the best. And people are very, very critical. Oh, that doesn't taste like my kalbi. That doesn't taste like the kalbi I grew up with. That doesn't taste like my mom's kalbi. All I can say is I'm not your mom. I'm your instructor, and this is my mother sauce, and I hope at least this has a fighting chance against yours or maybe one that you've eaten before. Ours has roasted sesame seeds, garlic cloves, onions, sugar, kiwis, soy sauce, orange juice, sesame oil, and mirin. Again, if you can't access mirin, that's okay. You can replace this with maybe apple juice or even water. And then we also put in some fresh scallions. When I found out making a lot of my mother sauces and figuring out what they were, I realized that unintentionally they ended up all in a blender. I think it's a part of the way I grew up. I grew up in a house where there was always a blender out, but we only had one blender. So everything from kimchi paste, which you'll see later in the course, kimchi paste to milkshakes were made in the same blender. So our vanilla milkshakes tasted like kimchi milkshakes, and our kimchi tasted like vanilla ice cream sometimes. So where I'm leading with all this is that I wanted cooking to be as easy as making a frozen margarita. Out of it all, if you can walk away with the fact what you learned is that all cooking is like a frozen margarita, then we're good. Then we're real good. Because what you're gonna see is that's all it's gonna take. You think I'm lying about the margarita metaphor. Oh, there we go. So the first thing I wanna do is I wanna add my solids in first. Because if you add your liquids in first, it's gonna splash, right? So just add your garlic, just dump it. Add your sugar. Add your roasted sesame seeds. See how easy that is? We're already done with half the recipe. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add our scallions. And a lot of times, you know, complicated recipes, not that recipes shouldn't be complicated, but I don't think every recipe should be complicated because then it just becomes an ego thing. Sometimes it becomes a pissing contest of how intelligent you are as a chef, and you know, fuck that shit, man. Just the most important thing is just to cook. You know, this doesn't define your whole existence just because you put things in a blender. You know, this actually helps your existence. It makes you cook more, it makes things a lot easier. So the next solid item we're gonna do is the kiwi. I'm gonna show you a little quick little hack. This ain't nothing like that's gonna break the internet or anything like that. But it's just a quick little hack of how to get a kiwi out. So especially for something that you're not going to be serving as a sliced thing on a fruit platter, just treat it like an avocado. Just go in there and just scoop it out. They say the enzymes in the kiwi break down the meat. Who really knows? Some recipes, they put lemon lime soda in the recipe, saying that the bubbles create a special kind of reaction to the meat protein, but like, it's all kind of bullshit. This, what I'm doing right now, is probably bullshit too. But if you believe it, then it's not bullshit. There's something in the transfer, in the belief, in the folklore of what you do as a cook that makes your food that much different or that much better. So if I want to believe that the enzymes in the kiwis break down the tough sinew and protein in the meat, I transfer that energy to the marinade. That belief and that spirit transfers to the food. Somehow it's going to transfer to you, and we're all going to be okay. So we're going to add the liquids now. This is the mirin that I just added. This is the orange juice. The great thing about these recipes when doing them in the blender is you don't have to be that exact. This is the sesame oil. Because look at this. Even if I added a little more sesame oil than this, what's it gonna do? It ain't gonna hurt it. like having a little more bubbles in your bath. What's gonna happen? That was soy sauce that I just poured at the end. That's the main ingredient. All right, look at that thing, right? Margarita on deck. See that? That's it. That's your whole mother sauce. So easy. All right. So this beautiful sound right here, this is what I woke up to every day. Every day. So the leaf blowers got nothing on me, man. I could sleep through those things, no problem. So now, that's it. We're done. Mother sauce number 1, done. Let me taste. Always taste your food. Taste the raw ingredient. Taste the first stage of it. Taste it after it's been sitting a while. You know, keep tasting food. Oh my God, that's so good. That's so good. I want to show you how good this really is. That's so good. It's very sesame, roasted, toasty. Has orange juice. You taste the hints of garlic and scallions, soy. It's salty and sweet, but not too salty and sweet. You know what I'm saying? This with some tequila and a lime. This with some vodka. This with some whiskey, a big ice cube in the morning instead of green juice. It's so beautiful. So this is it. This is the kalbi marinade.
You can keep this in the fridge for just under a week or so, or until it starts to smell funky.
I seen all your health freaks drink those like brown things in your mason jars. Like I guess it's like chia seed juice or something. This is my chia seed juice. This is the blood of who I am.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language.
When we started Kogi, I really wanted to figure out how do I take everything that I grew up with, eating tacos on the street, the feeling of what an LA street taco is, but then also the Korean barbecue experience. And how can I put all of those things together in one bite so that it really felt like the town that I'm from? This mother sauce is called Kogi vinaigrette. It's one of the sauces that was really instrumental in everything that happened within Kogi. When you sit down at Korean barbecue, the first thing that you get to eat when you sit down is this kind of scallion, lettuce, cabbage slaw that has this really, really pungent kind of acidic, sweet vinaigrette that comes along with it. So I thought that I wanted to kind of create my version of that vinaigrette, of that first salad, but then that mixed with the lime juice and the cilantro and onion would create a whole new identity. It defines everything that I am. You know, it defines my Korean heritage. It defines my upbringing in Los Angeles. It defines my life on the streets, but also my life as a chef. It's just everything that I am all into one blender. So let's get started. It's very simple. This sauce had to be simple because it was made on the streets. It was made in the truck. Sometimes we had to pull over in gas stations and use the outlets at the gas stations if we ran out of sauce. And it's funny because what I used to do is put everything into the blender and put the top on. And then, you know, my team would do a lookout, and then I'd take the blender and I'd run over next to the bathroom and plug it in and then basically press on, come back, take it out and go back, and we hit the road. So this sauce starts with, again, Korean chili powder, gochugaru, black pepper, sugar, salt, garlic, ginger, soy sauce, sesame oil, rice wine vinegar, oil, and scallions. Let's first put in our dry ingredients here. Salt, pepper, sugar, garlic, chili powder. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add our scallions. So I'm just gonna do a rough chop there. I left the ginger whole here because I wanna show you how to peel ginger. You know, ginger can be a little bit intimidating, I know. And it seems counterintuitive, right? Because a spoon to peel, but hold the ginger on the cutting board and just scrape. I'm only doing one knob here, but imagine you have 10 pounds of ginger to peel, right? It goes so much faster. Look at this. Just taking the spoon, just scraping it. I can knock out 5-10 pounds in no time using this method, right? So here we go. So we have our ginger. We're just gonna kind of do a small rough chop here. We want to cut this a little more than you would maybe think of because it is so dense and fibrous. We don't, again, going back to the friction of the blender, you don't want to overwork the sauce. So now we're going to add our liquids. And this rice wine vinegar. And this is canola oil. You can use a light olive oil if you'd like. And you know, what you're gonna see here in a lot of these mother sauces is I'm just dumping everything in. But in most cases, the way that I was trained to make a vinaigrette is you keep the oil and you drizzle in and you make what's called, again, an emulsion. But for me, I try to make these recipes so you can just do that. And I know as you're going through these mother sauce courses and you're gonna be like, man, you know, I signed on to this class to learn how to cook, man. All the motherfucker is doing is putting shit in the blender. But we're gonna cook later. But again, going back to like, just because stuff is easy doesn't mean it's not cooking. It's important to make like the things you're making in bulk or the things that you're gonna have around for a long time or in your pantry or that are the fundamental aspects of your cooking, make those as easy as possible. Like sometimes like finesse is not everything. Sometimes you just need to get in there and just like knock it around a little bit, you know? And that's what this is. Okay, so you can see here the simplicity of the ingredients, but it's much more than what I just put in there. Because through that blending, if you can see here, look how luxurious it became. Look how silky. Look at all, I call these friendship bubbles. You see these things? This is telling me like something's going on there, right? Something's activated. I unlocked something in here. But look at that. You see how the blending and the ginger and the garlic and everything just created this beautiful silky sauce out of very few ingredients. I'm gonna give it a quick taste. Oh, oh man. Sometimes you cook something and it's hot for the moment, but then 10 years later it's considered retro or old or, you know, that was the 90s or whatever the case may be. It tastes like it was made back then. But every time I taste the kogi recipes, and especially this vinaigrette, and I hope you make this because you're gonna taste it as well. It tastes brand fucking new. It tastes like that feeling when you've seen something for the first time or fell in love for the first time. It tastes like puppy love. And it's like silky and acidic and sour, but in all the good ways that those are supposed to be. So anyways, enough of my dime store poems. Here is the mother sauce kogi vinaigrette, but you can find the exact recipe in my class guide.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. It's time for another mother sauce. I'm teaching you how to make scallion dipping sauce, a delicious, versatile sauce that goes great with anything, including the mung bean pancakes and dumpling recipes we'll be making later in this class.
So this is called dipping sauce, but don't let the name fool you. It's not just for dipping. This sauce is so simple to make, it's so delicious to have, and it's just literally like a secret weapon within your arsenal. I mean, I want you to have all 4 mother sauces within your pantry and within your repertoire. But if I was to choose one, and like if you said I could only make one, I would say it would be this one, the dipping sauce. One, because the process is easy, but it's something that can be used on its own, something as a condiment, as a glaze, as a sauce, as a vinaigrette, whatever the case may be. But I'll show you how simple it is to make. You're gonna start with Korean red chili flake called gochugaru. You can't really replace this item with like cayenne or ancho. It's kind of like you need this or just don't even put it, okay? Rice wine vinegar, sesame oil, roasted sesame seeds, chili powder, scallions, sugar, soy sauce. That's all you need. So before I put everything in the bowl, I just want to show you real quick how to cut scallions. So to cut scallions, you can go straight down like this, and just like with any knife skill, you want to use your opposite hand as the guide. Grab the knife. So the knife is built for you to be able to grab it, you know, like any utensil, but it's specifically built to fit in your hand if you're holding it properly. So you want to kind of put here, get your second finger up into the crevice here, hold the back spine part of the handle into your palm, and kind of grip it like you are maybe kind of like a pen a little bit. But you don't want to like hold it too tight. You want to make sure it doesn't fall out of your hand, but you want to give it a little bit of leeway so that you have mobility. And then so you can just go straight down. And this is a recipe where you can flex a little bit your knife skills about how thin you can go, and you'll get better and better throughout time in your life. So you can do just a straight, thin, round cut like that. But you can also do what's called on a bias. What you want to do with that is basically the same cut, but you want to put your angle at your knife at a 45-degree angle, and my non-chopping hand is a guide. It's basically leading my knife down the scallion. And my knife is resting up against my middle knuckle right now, okay? And going back to my equipment section, if you ain't got a knife, just go like this. And that's when you can call your food rustic. A lot of times you'll see in recipes use the green part only or the white part only. In cilantro, you'll see, oh, use only the leaves, you know, discard the stems or whatever the case may be. Erase all that bullshit from your mind. Use the whole vegetable, stalk to top to seed to whatever. You know, what's the worst that could happen if you use the whole vegetable? It's gonna taste better? Yeah, it's gonna fucking taste better. I don't know who wrote those recipes. They're written by some stupid ass person teaching you how to not cook. What we're gonna do is, again, start with our dry ingredients, our sugar, our roasted sesame seeds, our scallions. I know this has been measured out. I feel like this is a lot, so I'm gonna go half first, Just see how it looks. Cooking, again, going back to intuition, you're gonna get these little kind of antennas and radar points of cooking. Something might smell off, look off, whatever. Even if it's in print and you're like, oh no, that's how it's supposed to be, you know, there could be a typo in your recipe. You know what I'm saying? So don't just follow things without opening up your senses, you know. This ultimately might be right, but right now, the way I feel right now, it's a little too much. So I'll start with half and I can always add more. I'm gonna add my rice wine vinegar, my sesame oil, and my soy sauce. I'm gonna take this, whisk it together. And remember, I reserved some of the chili. I still do think it was a bit much, but I'm just gonna add a little more. But I'm not gonna use it all. Okay, so that's the sauce there. Okay, and so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna pour this sauce into this container. Okay. Voila. This mother sauce you can have in your fridge for decades. Never goes bad. Yeah, there's fresh scallions in there, but somehow they get preserved in this brine. I think growing up, I may have had dipping sauces in my refrigerator from elementary school, the same one from when I was like 9 to like 19. So don't worry about it. But it's a great thing. Literally, if I have this mother sauce in my refrigerator and I have a rice cooker and a bowl of rice, a meal could literally be this on top of a hot bowl of rice. That's it. You eat this with a bowl of rice, you get scallions, you get sesame, you get soy, you get all of these things that have all of these different nutrients within them. And so you get a bonus. You get delicious food, you get a quick snack, and you get vitamins. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of our mother sauces, and it's called scallion dipping sauce. And later in this class, we'll be using it in the mung bean pancake, the dumplings, and the kimchi fried rice.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. We're making salsa verde, y'all, which literally means green sauce in Spanish. It's common throughout Mexico, but to me, salsa verde is the ultimate LA sauce.
We're gonna char all of our vegetables and fruits over here. Let me bring them over. I'll just bring the whole tray over, why not? So we're gonna add a little bit of oil there. The first thing we'll do is we'll add our jalapenos. We'll add our serranos here. Our tomatillos. Our garlic cloves. And our scallions. This is about a medium to high heat. You can do this with a little bit of oil, or you could do it dry in a cast iron pan as well. We're cooking, but we're not cooking through. We're not trying to cook these aromatic vegetables and fruits to where they're completely soft and fully broken down. What we're trying to do is we're trying to blister the outside of them so that we get some charred flavor and also a little bit of complexity within our salsa. There's a lot of patience in cooking, and the patience is a part of the recipe. You can't just turn this motherfucker up and just like blast it with a flame torch on top and just force the process, because then what you're doing is you're just creating fool's gold. You know, you're just creating a situation where it looks like you charred it, but you haven't really broken down everything that you need to. What we're doing is we're charring the outside and creating a different texture and flavor profile, and we're introducing not only char but ash and caramelization. The heat is also breaking down the fibers and the inside of these vegetables as well. And as you can see already here on the scallions, they're starting to wilt. The garlic, which is a hard clove, this will start to soften. The chilies will become more fragrant and a little bit sweeter as well. And then the tomatillos, they'll start to just loosen up and become more fragrant. Cooking is also about not only sight and smell, but it's also about phonics, about hearing. Now, if this stuff was ripping and like I heard like all kinds of weird like clanking sounds and whizzing, or I didn't hear anything at all, then I would know something's wrong. But because it's gently hitting these sleigh bells, I know something's right. So for me, this color, this char, I don't want to take it much more because then the scallion itself will be too cooked. It will be too soft. But like this one right here, I love it. All right, so I'm gonna take that one off. But see, I can compare that to this, which is not completely there yet, right? And the minuscule difference between that and this is cooking. Even the most professional chefs, even on this platform, there's always room for feel. Because even if you have that roadmap of everything, every stove's gonna be different, every flame's gonna be different, every tomatillo is gonna be different. You'll also have to be one with the food and be fully connected to it. So as you can see here, the serranos are looking really good compared to the jalapenos. Jalapenos are not there yet, but the serranos, if you can see, tomatillos are getting there. Change my color, change my stripes, change me. We have our charred vegetables here. You could cut off the stems here, but why, I'm just gonna go in with them, why not? Got our tomatillos. Maybe you wanna cut off these stems. Okay. Got my jalapenos in there. Just throw it in, no measuring. Just throw it in. Cilantro, stems and all. Just give it a rough chop. If you're looking for knife skills, don't go to my course. Go to Nikki Nakayama or Thomas Keller. Don't go to my course. Because we just chopping shit up. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we have our cilantro, we have our charred vegetables and fruits. Yes. This is rice wine vinegar, which is not traditional in a salsa verde, but again, this is my salsa verde. This is something that I've developed over time and in my life. And then you want some limes in there. You want to roll your limes so you break up the flesh so you can extract as much liquid as possible from it. You can also use lime juice from a bottle, don't trip. You can juice them in a machine, whatever's easiest for you, okay? Could put a fork in there if you want. If you ain't got a fork, stick your fucking finger in there, man. Goes back to that joke. I don't know where your finger's been. Well, my finger was in the lime. Okay. So what we're gonna do here now is we're gonna add a little bit of seasoning. This is kosher salt. So I like to do 1 finger pinch, 2 finger pinch, 3 finger pinch. For something like this, I start with 3 finger pinch. So I say maybe 2.5, 3 finger pinches. And I can always add more. Pepper, you want to do kind of maybe half or 2/3 of the salt, right? That was a 3 finger pinch, as you saw. 2 3 finger pinches. And now, you always want to have a little bit of water on hand sometimes just to be able to adjust consistency. And maybe a little bit of oil on hand just in case you want to kind of pull things together. which is called emulsify, where you're joining the cells and the molecules together to create a uniform life. So let's go back to the leaf blower here. Sorry, I forgot there wasn't a lid there. Okay, so we'll go back to... Okay, as you can see here, I like the color of the sauce. I want to show you this before I add some of the adjustments. I like the color of the sauce, right? I like the consistency, but it's a little chunky for me. So I'm gonna throw that back on here. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. I'm just gonna put a little water in there. Okay. If you can see that green color, it just makes you salivate. You saw how little I blended it, right? You got to remember, a blender is a cooking utensil as well. When I blend this, I was about to turn it on. This shit would have went everywhere. When I blend this, it's creating heat, right? Because it's creating friction. In that friction, I could hurt this sauce if I let it go too long. And then what will happen is it'll become like an army green. So this is our sauce, but I want to show you. I'm going to show you how beautiful this sauce is. Look at that. Beautiful, right? Oh, man. So good. Ooh, spicy. Add a little more salt. This tastes like what it feels like to be stoned on your couch. That's what it tastes like. With like your best show on, and you got a whole grip of snacks, and you're lifted. That's what this tastes like. Oh, so good. Look at that, Gordon Ramsay. Ain't no fucking nightmare here. Look at that.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language. I'm going to teach you how to make a version of the kogi taco, made with kalbi beef and gochugaru infused slaw. A lot of people describe it as a Korean-Mexican mashup, but to me, it's just Los Angeles food. This is a multi-step process. Rome wasn't built in a day, but I promise it's worth it. In the next chapter, you'll learn how to make our famous slaw and toppings. But don't jump ahead just yet. In this chapter, I'm going to teach you how to barbecue kalbi beef and use the same technique on vegetables for a vegan option.
This is the chapter you've all been waiting for. This is barbecue. It's a little different than maybe what you've seen in another barbecue class, maybe with Aaron Franklin. Shout out Aaron, he's a good friend. That's Southern barbecue, that's low and slow, big cuts of meat. I'm gonna show you a Korean barbecue, both a short rib and a vegetable style that is really focused on the marinade, thin cuts, really quick grill. This is where we start to have some fun. Not that we haven't had fun already, but barbecue's always fun, right? So let's start with the short rib and get that marinated. So we have what's called here flanking cut short rib. And what it is a cross cut against the bone. You get the 3 bones, you get the thin cut here. Kind of a little bit of history of how this became what's called LA style kalbi. If you get kalbi or Korean short rib in Korea, it's not cut this way. It's usually cut with the 1 bone and the flap of meat that extends out. But when the Koreans first started coming to Los Angeles, this was the only cut that was available. And it was kind of a butcher's cut, but it was also used a lot within the Jewish community here in Los Angeles. So this was readily available, it was affordable, and there was always a lot of it around. So this is what eventually became what's called LA kalbi. We're gonna start with our marinade, kalbi marinade, which was one of our mother sauces. And if you wanna learn how to make this, just go back to that lesson. So the first thing you wanna do is get this in the marinade. The enzymes are gonna break down the meat here and the protein and make it more tender and fill it with flavor. You can do this in the marinade. Literally, you could cook it right now and it's gonna be delicious. You could also do it for about 2 hours, but you could also do it overnight. One thing to remember about marinades is you do want the marinade to have as much time as possible to be able to marinate whatever it is that you have, but you don't want to over marinate. There is an expiration on marinades, which it will be too long, which will start to break down whatever it is that you're marinating, and you'll end up with a bad result. So that expiration date is usually about 2 days, maybe 3 days at the most. You have the perfect amount of marinade here. It's not too much, it's not too little, you see? You kind of want to just squish these around a little bit in there. I like to transfer all of my energy into marinating. And you know, it sounds silly, but for me, it makes a difference. So when you're marinating, you're trying to transfer whatever it is. It could be the love of your child. It could be the love of your best friend. But try to take a moment and really be one with it and just try to push it in there, right? Does this make a difference? I don't know. But to me, it makes a difference. So again, in this mother sauce, if you remember, we have kiwi in here. Sometimes we have Asian pear. We have lots of aromatic vegetables like garlic and onion. You see what I did there? That wasn't just pouring marinade in and then just folding it around, right? That's like, look at that. I can see that there's something delicious that's going to come out of that. And if it's true that I'm transferring the stories into this, and when you eat it, you somehow time travel and get somewhere else with it, then that's even better. That's just a bonus. You know, that's just like having hot fudge on top of ice cream. Let's start with the asparagus here because it's so thin. Baby carrots. We have fennel here. Lettuce. And then we have some corn. What you want to do to be safe is always use a flat surface like this. See how I cut it? I wasn't cutting it like this, right? You use whatever flat surface you can possibly have. Give yourself the opportunity to be successful. All right, so we have our corn. And then we have an onion. I've always eaten a lot of vegetables and fruits throughout my life, so I've never grown up thinking like, oh, I have to eat my vegetables, because I was already eating them, because they were just delicious. They're just made to be delicious. I think the problem we have here sometimes in America is that we make vegetables to not be delicious. We pay so much attention and we focus so much on like, oh, you got to eat your vegetables. And think about when you're young, and especially we give all that rhetoric to people that are young, and like, what's the first thing young people are going to do when old people tell them to do something, right? You know the answer. They're not going to do it. That's the answer. So the most important thing with vegetables is don't tell people to eat vegetables. Just make them delicious. You know what I'm saying? I just added the mother sauce, the kalbi marinade, to this. That's what we're going to do to make them delicious. I think another thing I have later, we're going to make some tacos here. I think I'm going to improvise just a touch here. I'm going to take our kogi vinaigrette, add a little bit of that to this. So you can mix sauces together, mix mother sauces together. Don't be afraid, because they're all delicious. What's going to happen when you mix 4 delicious things together? This pop quiz. What's going to happen? It's going to become more delicious. I don't know why I'm out of breath. I guess because I'm so excited. Because I'm so excited. That's why I'm out of breath. But so let's just do a quick little recap. we've taken our mother sauce, our kalbi marinade. We're making barbecue. I've marinated the short rib. I've transferred the energy from thousands of years ago into this. And now it's been marinating for a day, and we're gonna go right to the grill. We'll give it a test. I like that sound. I like that sound. You could do this on the backyard grill. You could also do this in a pan. You could do a cast iron or hibachi, whatever you want. Okay, now let's go to our veg. I'm gonna put the stuff that takes the longest to cook first. This LA kalbi is something that really raised me. Growing up as a young kid here in Los Angeles, it was very tough Monday through Friday for a lot of immigrant families. We had to just do whatever we had to do to survive. Usually we were somewhat ostracized in the world. We were made fun of. People would make horrible comments to the older generation of Asians. You always feel outnumbered and bullied, people making chinky eyes and all that shit. And that's Monday. You got to endure that. You're just working, you're just trying to survive. But the weekends were for us. And the weekends were when we used to go to the park or each other's homes and just start cooking the food that we love to eat, you know? And everyone would bring kalbi and short rib to the party. Almost like dumplings, there could be never enough barbecue. Because you'll see when you make this, when you put this on the grill, you can't stop people from eating it before it hits the table, you know?
Okay, see these veggies? I got a plan for them. I oiled up the grill before we started to keep them from sticking, and I'm spacing them out to leave room for their natural water to escape as steam. If you take both of these steps, you're guaranteed to get a good char.
I got one eye open over here. I'm watching the kalbi, even though I'm talking to you. The kalbi cooks for a few minutes on each side. I don't like to move it around too much. I like to do most of the heavy lifting on one side, and when you turn it over, you're kind of just finishing it. I like to keep the short ribs just a bit rare on the inside. We're gonna add a touch of salt. Putting a little pepper. Aha! Now this is what you came to master class for. Look at this. Man, with all this smoke, I could be teaching another type of class. You don't really want to go horizontal with your grill marks with the meat, because then it just looks weird, it looks funny, you know. You're not going to get the same action that you want. Let those cook a second. Give a quick test to this one here. Let's take a look. It's probably still a bit rare. Look just the way I like it. So good. It's sweet, it's savory. Tastes like barbecue, but it's salty, it's fatty. So good. It's okay for it to be a little crispy, but that's not really exactly what you're looking for. What you're looking for is just for it to be caramelized and cooked. That's pretty much it. So I'll do a cross-section hash mark for you on these ones. So you can see here, I've gone in at a bit of an angle. All right? So while those are cooking, let me show you how to plate up the kalbi real quick. I plate it on the hot plate like this because I'm going to show you right now. I'll show you right now. So I'm gonna put some onions on the bottom of this as a bed so that the kalbi doesn't overcook once it goes onto the platter. I'm gonna take my kalbi. I have scissors here. This is how we cut them in Korean restaurants and at home, but you could also serve them whole. This is like a good portion order you would get at a restaurant right here. I'll serve one whole and one cut up. So I had it at a 45-degree angle. You just turn it at another 45-degree angle, right? All right, and then I like to pour a little bit of oil in there. That's just a little vegetable oil to get the little smoke going on this. See it? A little sizzle. So that's how we serve the kalbi. Oh, yummy. We have our vegetables, and we come back to them. I want them to be really charred. Charred to the point where burning would be the next thing, like that. Because that's all flavor. That's all flavor. See that? See the cross hash marks? Like that? Feeling good, looking good. This next batch I'm going to use to turn into tacos. I don't know if I was the first to put Korean barbecue in a taco. Well, it's the first time I seen it. But as soon as Kogi came out, all of a sudden I saw all these haters saying, oh man, I grew up putting Korean barbecue inside my tortilla. Roy just stole that idea from me. But I never seen it before that. So I'm not claiming that we were the first. But I am saying, for those of you doubters and haters, where's your proof? Because I ain't never seen it. And I grew up around it. We weren't too worried about whether or not we were the first to put Korean barbecue in a taco. That wasn't the focus of Kogi. We lived in our own bubble, in our own world. We traveled around from midnight to 4 a.m. So we weren't really worried about what the rest of the waking world was thinking. We were just trying to make some extra money, just trying to get by. We were all out of a job. And we were just trying to cook some delicious food and put them out there on the streets. We weren't thinking about, are we the first ones to ever have invented Korean barbecue tacos or this or that? We were just trying to make a food that tasted like where we were from, which is Koreatown.
Now that I've shown you how to barbecue, in part 2 of this lesson, I'll unlock the secrets to the OG Kogi taco, plus a vegan option. Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language.
This is about as close as you're gonna get to a Kogi taco. I'm giving away a lot of secrets, but I'm not giving away all the secrets. You gotta unlock the other levels. I think you're gonna love it.
So I got my onions on that hot plate, steaming and softening up.
The Kogi taco truck is a collective of a bunch of folks that are my extended family. It was 2008. The economy had just crashed from all of the lies that the bank and mortgage companies did to us as citizens of this great country. But there was also a rise in technology with social media. Twitter had just come out pretty much that year or the year before. The iPhone had just come out. We had this truck. You know, we had Twitter. I thought this is just something that I was going to do in between time, and I loved doing it. I feel like it opened up something within me where I was able to cook the food that I really wanted to cook, but I didn't know if it was going to last. And so we were just out there selling, you know, a few $100 a day. And then one night in front of the club, it was Asian night, and we went in there, passed out a bunch of flyers for Kogi. They all came out afterwards. They ate the taco, and they were like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this?" And they're like, "Yo, we all go to UCLA. It's finals week. You guys are gonna kill it." And it was funny because that housing is on a hill, and our truck is like a 1978 Grumman. And we went up the hill, but we didn't make it all the way to the top, so we rolled all the way back down, and we had to do that 3 times. And finally, we got over the hill. As soon as we got over the hill, there was like, 800 people waiting, all students. We only had food for about 100 people, and so we ran out right away. But for some reason, something possessed me, and I got out and got on top of the roof, and I started like shouting to everyone. I'm like, listen, if you all fucking stay here, we're gonna call our friends. They're gonna bring stuff from Koreatown. Call all your friends. I need I started giving them my order list. I need garlic, I need ginger, I need this, I need that. It might take a couple hours. Are you okay with that? Everyone goes, fuck yeah! Because they had nothing better to do. So then we all stayed over those 4 hours. Every single student that was there was telling 10 of their friends. Then those 10 friends told another 10 friends. And then before you know it, the lines were blowing up, And then that's really when the Kogi thing kind of happened. I told you I wasn't going to show you the Kogi taco, but I kind of lied. I thought in my mind I wasn't going to show you the Kogi taco, but I think my heart had different plans. So the first composition of the Kogi taco is the scallion slaw, which mimicked the salad that you get at a Korean barbecue. And it had cabbage, romaine lettuce, shaved scallions, and a little bit of our mother sauce, our Kogi vinaigrette. So we're gonna cut these all as thin as possible, right? Okay, that's all you want. You could do this on the mandolin too. So you would just take a half of that cabbage or a quarter of it and slice it like that. I can show you. The tortilla is probably the most important thing for a taco, but everything is important. There's so little things inside of a taco that every single thing matters. The topping, the relish, the sauce, salsa, everything. So you can see here the 2 different styles, okay? That's about as much cabbage as I want to put in there. So we have this beautiful slaw, you see, scallions, romaine lettuce, cabbage, shaved, everything shaved. It's just beautiful. See how thin it is? It's delicate. I'm putting just a pinch of salt, some pepper. I'm going to take in our Kogi vinaigrette. You want to kind of overdress it like that, just enough, not too much, just enough just so it has flavor, okay? Delicious. Another thing we added to the taco is what we call our cilantro onion mix, which is traditional in a lot of tacos, especially from Mexico and especially in LA. Cilantro, onion, lime juice, salt. That's all we need. Maybe a little pepper. I like to use the whole cilantro, stems and all. You always want to thoroughly wash your cilantro, dry it, cut stems and all. I don't know where the idea of cutting off stems and throwing them away came from in American cooking, but you should use everything when you cook. So I'll just show you a quick method of how to chop herbs. So first, you want to roll them up and cut them straight across. And then you want to do what's called a half moon motion here, like this, or a quarter moon. You hold the tip of the knife here. You hold the handle. And then you want to see how it rocks. Use the tip. And you're going to go in this motion, okay? And come back and you pull together. Okay? Yeah, you don't want to over chop your herbs because you're going to bruise them. And when you bruise the herb, all the essential oils kind of get bruised and taken away and the color will change. Okay, so now what we're going to do, I'm just going to take a little bit of onion there. I don't need all of it. And then I'm gonna do a really small dice on the onion. Go down this way. And then come across, horizontal. Maybe 3 times. Okay, and then go perpendicular. This is it, what's called a small dice. So you can do large dice, small dice, medium dice, and then what's called a brunoise. This is closest to a brunoise, which is very, very small. Okay, so we have that. We have a little bit of lime juice. Some salt. A little bit of pepper. This just brings everything together and adds acidity to your taco. And you see how beautiful that is? You want it kind of like a 1-to-1 almost. You see the color, the vibrancy on that? You should taste the lime. Should be salty, but not too salty. Okay, so now we have almost all our components ready for the taco. We have our other mother sauce, our salsa verde. I'm gonna take a lime here and just cut it for garnish. Now we're gonna show you how to make tacos. So first thing we wanna do is cut them. So the idea of the taco was to really mimic it and design it like a 4-inch carne asada taco here in Los Angeles that I grew up eating my whole life. And so what I really wanted from this taco, and what we all wanted within the Kogi team, was like when someone ate it, if you didn't know anything about the taco, you would just think it's a carne asada taco. You would have no idea that this was a Korean barbecue taco. And then from there, once you ate it, then you're just like, whoa, what the fuck just happened?
I'm adding a touch of grapeseed oil here, but you can use vegetable oil or any other high heat oil.
Just gonna heat up our tortillas. Just like with anything, they need to breathe, they need to kind of loosen up, get pliable. We like to serve 2 tortillas per taco. What I'm waiting for is just space to open up on this griddle. I'm gonna reheat this short rib that we have. The big kind of like secret kick of the Kogi taco was the double caramelization of the meat. So we would marinate it, grill it, chop it, and then we would caramelize it again. And that's really what gave Kogi its signature taste. Another thing was like the tortilla. A lot of tortillas sometimes you get at taquerias, which are delicious in their own right, are steamed. They're steamed and they're soft, but I wanted like a little bit of crunch on the tortilla, but I didn't want the tortilla to be hard. I wanted it to kind of have the steamed quality, but with like little bits of bubbles in them, Okay. The Kogi taco is definitely an LA food. It's not a Korean, Mexican food that a lot of people wanted to coin it as. I'm sure something else could have happened somewhere else, but I don't think this could have happened anywhere else except Los Angeles, because it's very regional and specific to who we are. And, because it was LA, because it was the truck, because we had a lonchera and taquero culture already, because our weather is really, really nice, because you could eat outside, the only place that it could have started is LA, So we have our tortillas here. And we have our short rib that's been double caramelized. Oh, this smells so good, you guys. It smells like home. I can smell the corn and the meat and the onions, the cilantro. Can't wait to eat one. So we have our cilantro mix here. Look how vibrant that is. And going back to these lessons, like cooking, even if this is your first time making a taco,
It's not anything specific. It's not these academic terms of what you're looking for. You're just looking for things that look right to you, right? Doesn't that look right? Even if someone came here to this planet for the first time, never seen a taco before, and looked at that and had no reference of a taco and look at that, they'd be like, that looks like a taco. That looks good. That looks delicious, right? It's our salsa verde. It's one of the mother sauces here. Okay. All right. I'm going to put a little more of that relish on top of there just so that I can see it. So I should have put the sauce on first. Okay. But just like I've been teaching you, you do something reversed or the wrong way, all you got to do is cover it up a little bit. All right. And then we had our slaw here. Acidic soy sauce, lime juice, all these great flavors. So essentially just wanted to marinate less than 10 minutes. You could even serve it just as you toss it, like a salad. Delicious. All these great flavors. My Kogi team's gonna kill me. I just gave you the secrets to the Kogi taco. So when this comes out and you guys start making this, if this is the end of Kogi, then it was a good run because you guys now all have the recipe. All right. So you put a little lime on there. So good. I'll make you the same taco, well, with the veg. Oh, so good. All right, so we can just take some of that veg that we had. Onions, fennel, asparagus, corn, carrots, right? I'll chop those up just like as if it were short rib. Okay. Throw these on again. I love vegetarians. They're my people, man. We're all vegetarians in some form or another. We all eat vegetables. I really don't understand why people make fun or even question why someone is vegetarian, or why even vegetarians or vegans have to even explain why they don't eat animals. It seems like such an absurd thing that you're doing something so righteous and beautiful, and yet you're constantly ridiculed or ostracized, or you're questioned on what your motives are. So if you are vegetarian or vegan or have chosen a plant-based life, just know that I got your back, Fuck all the chatter. I love you. So we have our grilled vegetables here. I'm gonna put them in there just like we did our short rib. I'm gonna add our salsa verde to this. Cilantro, lime, onion mix. And our slaw. If I was making these vegetable tacos and you were a strict vegan or plant-based or strict vegetarian, I would have done these in another pan. I would make sure to be considerate to that, but these are vegetable tacos. These are the vegetable Kogi tacos. You could put the lime here like that. And it's pretty much the exact same taco, but in these roasted vegetables, So eating is not just about eating animal protein. You can have as much flavor
as having the short ribs with the vegetables and have almost, if not better, of an experience. So we have to stop thinking that vegetables and fruit and plant-based limit us. And we have to just think that we have more crayons in the box, you know? Thank you for coming along with me on this barbecue and taco journey. I cleaned everything up a little bit, you know, just because it's masterclass, gotta make it look real tight. I'm just happy I got to show you these things. These things are very, very personal to me. I wouldn't be here without this taco. I'm just really proud to do it here in this course so that it will live on forever for however long it can. So enjoy, and I love you. The way you eat this is inside your car. You lean back, you got your feet on the dash, got your music on, you got your hoodie on, you got your taco, and you just grub. That's the Kogi private dining room.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language. It's kimchi time! A lot of people hear kimchi and think of the funky fermented Napa cabbage umami bomb you can find in every Korean home, but I'm gonna let you know a little secret. Kimchi is actually a verb. That's right, you can kimchi almost anything. In this chapter, I'm gonna teach you how to kimchi traditional Napa cabbage. Later in this course though, you'll learn how to make kimchi fruit and just about everything else you've got lying around in your fridge. If you're Korean, kimchi is a big part of your life. Kimchi played a huge role in my childhood.
If you had to cross my mom somewhere in the 80s, she would be selling you kimchi. As an immigrant in this country, sometimes it's very hard to get a job. My mom really hustled. She sold kimchi out of the trunk. Could be strangers, friends, relatives, it don't matter. If you invite her to your house, she's coming with a bottle of kimchi, and it ain't free. Any flat horizontal surface in my home had a bowl of something bubbling and fermenting. My mom really wasn't great at measurements, so a lot of times these things would overflow, and they would be bubbling out, and they would be falling all over the place, into the carpet, into the crevices. When you're 16 years old, 17 years old, and you're trying to get into something, whatever it is, you're trying to make friends, you're trying to get with a girl, you're trying to get with a boy. When they come into your house and it smells like kimchi, and there's bubbling pots everywhere, it's a little traumatic. But kimchi is such a beautiful thing because it's filled with umami. Not only does it have umami in the ingredients itself here, as I'm going to show you, but as it grows, kimchi can be eaten in every step of the way. It can be eaten fresh, raw, after a couple days, after a week, after a few months, after a year.
So let's get started. So here's what we have to make kimchi. Gochugaru, onion, a little bit of water, garlic, ginger, soy sauce, rice wine vinegar, oyster sauce, fish sauce, fermented shrimp. If you can't get fermented shrimp, the fish sauce will have plenty of funk. Or to make this paste vegetarian, you can just skip those ingredients. We have salt, sugar, and Asian chives. These are a little thicker, longer, and more oniony than chives you find here in America. If you can't find these, scallions will work.
Oh, I had a wardrobe change. I forgot that I was wearing this. When you make kimchi, it's about channeling the spirit. You know, this is the uniform to make kimchi. You want dishwasher gloves, you want a cute apron. It can be bunnies, it can be squirrels, it can be raccoons, it can be anything you want it to be. But it has to have usually some sort of bright color. It also has to have multiple different patterns that crisscross and go against each other. If you make kimchi without an apron like this and without gloves like that, still will be good, but it won't be great. I'm going to start this kimchi by making a kimchi paste. here in this blender, which is not always the traditional way to make kimchi. Sometimes the way to make kimchi is by separating all of these ingredients and layering them and letting the natural fermentation create the coagulation within the jar. But for me, I just found that using a paste kind of incorporated who I am as a chef, who I am as a person, my experiences, and it was able to maximize the flavor in a different way. So we have garlic, we have ginger, we have our fermented shrimp. The fermented shrimp is just gonna make it better, but it's not gonna make it worse if you don't add it. We have our salt and our sugar, and then we have our gochugaru, and then we have our onion, which is going to be just a rough chop. And you see how little I cut off from the onion here? Again, you don't want to waste food. To get the core out, just make a triangle cut right there. Here, you just want to do a rough chop. So when you do an onion, this is the same method you would do if you were going to dice an onion, slice an onion, chop an onion. When my parents first immigrated to America, there weren't really any Korean markets. The idea of kimchi just wasn't here yet because there weren't that many immigrants from Korea at that time. There was an Exclusion Act, which means that Asians weren't allowed in this country until 1965. So for the first wave of Korean immigrants, when you don't have kimchi, you got to improvise. And you need that spice, you know. It wasn't like, oh, there's no kimchi, so I'm not going to eat kimchi. You figure it out. You hustle, you improvise, you wiggle, and you figure out how you're going to make it. And so the first kind of wave of kimchi here in America was sauerkraut with tons of Tabasco in it, mixed together, and that was kind of like a makeshift kimchi. I think that is a little bit of like the predecessor and the foundation of even my own kimchi, because this is not a traditional kimchi. If this masterclass ever makes it to Korea, I think you're going to get a lot of letters, masterclass. They're going to say, why the hell did you hire this motherfucker to make kimchi? Because that ain't kimchi. But I'm not trying to make Korean kimchi. I'm making Korean American kimchi, something where I was planted and born in another country, but my motherland is somewhere else, and I'm somewhere in between. So I call this the in-between kimchi. So we have our dry ingredients here. We're going to add our fish sauce, our soy sauce, our vinegar, just a touch of this water here for now. I might add more later. And then, so this goes back to, you don't have to be perfect with cooking, right? Sometimes you fuck up. You know, you get the wrong size spatula for the wrong size ramekin, but that's okay because you could use this side. Okay, we have our oyster sauce. All right, let's see what happens. I'm crossing my fingers as much as you are. So because there's so much thickness in this, right? I'm gonna need to add a little more water, and that's okay. This is all a part of cooking. Sometimes things are finicky, right? And all it needs is a little bit of movement here. Kind of like that Tribe song, Push It Along. You just gotta push it along just a little bit. Okay? That's the sound of love. Okay, so as you can see, me growing up with kimchi, I didn't need an alarm clock in my home. So we have our kimchi paste. Now, I wish you could taste this. Well, if you make this recipe from the class like you're supposed to, you will taste it. Oh, That's so good. You can just eat this like this. It tastes like it. I mean, this right here just tastes like kimchi. I feel like when I taste it, I can almost go back 2,000 years to the beginning of the Korean dynasty. I can taste 1966 and a nervous couple coming over as immigrants on the plane. I can taste all of these little things. A young kid growing up in a neighborhood where no one looks like him, you know. I can taste all of that, the joy, the pain, the laughter. Ginger, garlic, chili pepper. It makes you want to taste like funk, taste like Bootsy Collins, you know? Like, just, when you eat that, it makes your face want to go like, ugh. I want to make that fucking face. So kimchi, as you know it, in many cases is Napa cabbage. But kimchi is not Napa cabbage. Kimchi is a general term that refers to the kimchifying of whatever it is you're going to kimchi. So kimchi is almost like a verb. This is a version of kimchi. It's called pechu kimchi. So, or Napa cabbage kimchi. So we're going to take this Napa cabbage and we're going to split it real quick. We're going to put it in here. And we're going to take our water and we're going to salt our water a bit. Okay. It's almost like we're making kind of uncooked pasta here, or like cold pasta. And then we're going to pour this salted water. Into the cabbage. I'm gonna let that soak a couple hours, day or so. So what the salt is doing is it's drawing the water content and the moisture out of the cabbage to concentrate the flavor and the texture. The salt itself will allow a bit of the preserving. So this is what you start with. And then this has been soaking for a couple hours. And as you can see, it's kind of shrunk a little bit. And you can see, if you can get close, you can see kind of what the salt water has done to the cabbage leaves. It's kind of clenched it a little bit, like a fist, like a soft fist, okay? I gotta drain it, right? So I'm gonna use this bowl here, and I'm going to use, these are supposed to be props back here. Ain't supposed to be real. But fuck it, man. What are the master class people gonna do? Stop me? This is our class. Prop or not. Okay, so we drain it. Ideally, you'd want it to dry as much as you can. You can use paper towels or towels to help you as well. So we'll let that drain. That should be good enough. Okay. So we now have our kimchi bowl and our Napa cabbage. We have our chives here that have been sitting patiently. These we're going to cut into what I call 2-inch batons. Baton is a French word for 2-inch cut. This is the fun part. This is a great item to make with your whole family, with friends, Friday night, you know. Get a bunch of gloves, bottle of wine, and make kimchi. It's the new club. And then y'all can eat this kimchi and then kiss each other after. Everyone got bad breath. Oh, yo, the one thing you don't know about is kimchi burps. Dude, kimchi burps are the shit. And if you really want to be kind of cruel and mean to people in a fun way, like eat a ton of this kimchi and then go into elevators and burp when there are other people around. It's deadly. All right. So we need these gloves to start making kimchi. We have our paste here. Use a spoon. Take our kimchi paste. Kimchi is a probiotic. It's the original kombucha. You know, like that street term, like I birthed you, son. Kimchi birthed kombucha, son. As you can see, I'm layering each one here, and I'm putting chives in between each layer. I want this whole thing to ferment together, almost like it's its own cocoon. And then by being in its own cocoon, what will happen is these ingredients will naturally kind of cling to each other and develop a relationship with each other. Look at this. This is looking good. And so we do each layer like that. And then I'm going to take even more, put it all up on the outside here. Yeah. You see that squish? You want to pack this together. If you don't look like Dexter by the time you finish making kimchi, you didn't do it right. Look at that. That's not traditional, but it looks hella good, right? That's kimchi right there. I could eat this right now, just like this. Oh, man. And then what I'm going to do, I don't know how to take the gloves off. I just go here like that. And then what I'm going to do is, shit. That's why you need these aprons. All right, wardrobe's going to be pissed at me. So then you're going to take this, and you're going to put this beauty right into here like that. You're going to pack it in, just like that. We're going to do that with every part right there. But I think, just for the sake of time, I'm going to show you a version where we chop it up. Put it in the bowl, just like that. Aha, look at that. And now, what I could do with this is just mix that together like that. I'm being gentle, but I'm also being forceful at the same time, with intent. Gentle intent. So you're gentle with it. You don't want to break it, but you do want to squeeze it. So there you go. So you have the chopped one already. You have the layered one. I can finish that one off real quick. You can use all the remnants here of your paste. I don't know why I took the gloves off. I was trying to show you something. I took the gloves off because I had to cut this and I didn't want to dirty my knife. But it doesn't make sense because why wouldn't I just dirty my knife instead of dirtying my hands? But in any case, we're here. There's no turning back at this point. Yeah, the gloves are all for show. We're here. Okay. Look at that. So use this whole thing. The great thing is this is also a sweeper. Sweep everything up. And the whole idea of kimchi itself is this food comes from a part of the world that has 4 very extreme seasons. So you have these things like gochujang, doenjang, soy sauce, kimchi, where you take the harvest and you ferment it so that the fermentation process allows you to eat it all throughout winter. I'm just gonna pack that in there. So this guy right here could probably take about another full head or maybe even more. And you pack it down, but you don't want to pack it all the way to the top because then you're going to end up like how I grew up, where you're stepping in shit and you're like, So you want to go about like right there because this thing with all the gas and everything is going to rise. This one you can eat right away or just ferment for a couple days. And then you have plenty of paste here, which they told me I should transfer this, but fuck that shit. So this is pretty much how you should look making kimchi. It may look like a mistake, And every class you take from me may look like a mistake, but I swear this is what you should look like when you're making kimchi. So these are the different stages. It's like the different versions of Batman. So this is the first stage right here, instant kimchi, ready to ferment, fermented for a few days, fermented for maybe a few weeks. All have different flavor profiles, all have different textures, all have different usages. So I'm going to show you how to plate maybe this one. If you go to a friend's house that's Korean, or maybe your house, even if you're not Korean, after you've taken this class, there's always kimchi in the refrigerator. And so what you're gonna find in many refrigerators in a Korean house is you're gonna find these kind of like, these suction cup, Tupperware type things filled with kimchi stacked. A lot of Korean homes, they go really hard. And what I mean by really hard is you have a whole separate refrigerator. So when you visit your Asian friends and they don't have 2 refrigerators, be skeptical. Ooh, this is nice and warm too. So look at that. What we just did together is this, right? You see that? What we're gonna do here, put that in there like that. You wanna curl it a little bit. You wanna show the layers and make it nice and pretty. Because even though this is a rustic kind of fun murder scene type of food, you know, have a little bit of class, shit. This one is about a week or so, maybe a little bit less. This is the kimchi that you eat with your barbecue. This is the kimchi that you eat as a condiment for breakfast. If you get kimchi and a lot of Korean fermented vegetables at the stage in which your normal instinct says, well, that's past its expiration date and I should throw it away, that's the point where it's perfect for fried rice or stew or soups or anything like that. But this stage right here is what you would get in a restaurant. I'll do a fresh kimchi in this one. Oh, you can't fuck fermentation up. Just let it be, you know. Kimchi's like the middle child. You know, in the end, it's gonna figure itself out. You know, you don't have to fear botulism or spoilage or anything like that. It's gonna tell you if it's bad. It could also last up to a year. It could last up to 2 years. There's so much leeway and time within kimchi. It's going to be a very, 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 very long time before you even have to start to worry whether or not this is going to hurt you. The way you check food, whether or not it's good or not, the way you check food is this. It's good. That's pretty much the litmus test of whether food's good or not. All the food writers want to say, oh, you know, I have my 1-year-old kimchi and my 3-year-old kimchi and my heirloom kimchi and my this and kimchi and this. Nah, man, in most cases, you have no idea. So you just go in, you check it out. And then the thing was, because we have so many refrigerators with so many different kimchis and we don't know which one was made, we have to do the smell test. And if there's a little bit of rot on it, the thing you're told by your elders is just cut it off. Just cut it off.
You're gonna see the Napa cabbage kimchi we made in this lesson later when we make our kimchi tuna melt and kimchi fried rice. Later in this course, I'll teach you how to kimchi fruit and almost anything else you've got in your fridge. Warning, this class contains some bad in language.
Welcome to the kimchi fried rice lesson. Get comfortable, grab a blanket and a pillow. We're gonna have some fun. If you've already made kimchi, you already know that you got leftover paste. And if you made kimchi, you already know that you have fermented chopped kimchi. And if you go back to one of our first lessons, you'll know that I want you to have a rice cooker in your home. And so if you have a rice cooker, in most cases, you're gonna have leftover rice. What you wanna do is have day-old rice or 2-day-old rice or even week-old rice, it don't matter.
You have your dipping sauce, which you can find in the mother sauce section of this class. Then we have 2 types of scallions, one for cooking and one for garnishing. Then we have nori, which is just dried seaweed. Furikake, which is seaweed mixed with sesame seeds and other spices, crushed sesame seeds, and then butter and eggs.
So the first thing we want to do is take a look at our kimchi itself. Did you hear that? That was fermentation, trying to steal the spotlight. So what we have here is we have two different states of it. We have our kimchi ready to go, but we also have our caramelized kimchi. I'm going to show you how to do that really quick. So you have kind of a medium to hot pan, and I don't see any smoke yet. If this gets too hot, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see a lot of smoke coming out of it. You obviously don't want that. It's gonna start smoking, but I can already feel it. I can hear it, I can feel it, I can smell it. So we're gonna add a little bit of our kimchi here. There you go. You never wanna really add anything to a pan that's cold. You always want to hear that sizzle, okay? So what we want to do is we want to caramelize this kimchi. We're not going to add the butter quite yet, but we will add the butter. The reason why is we don't want our butter to burn. We don't want it to break. We're going to add just a touch of salt. It's always nice to season food, not right when it enters the pan, but within the first quarter of that game, because that's really when the vegetables or whatever it is you're cooking, that's when they open up. This I'm using just a straight canola oil or grapeseed oil, something with high heat. You could use just a regular olive oil. See how it's kind of changing color a little bit? Like just a touch more oil. Starting to create a little bit of a fond. It's sticking to the pan, but that's okay because now we're going to introduce the butter. This is all flavor, so this butter is going to pick up a little bit, but also we're going to deglaze it with just a touch of water, as you'll see. Now I'm going to turn the flame down just a touch. And you can see already, look at what the butter did to the bottom of the pan, right? It picked all of that flavor up, right? That's some chef shit right here, right? Look at that. I could do this all day, man. Okay, so, all right. So now we're gonna add a little bit of sesame seeds to this. I'm gonna deglaze with just a splash of water. Could use wine, use liquor, sake, soju, whatever you want. I wanna get all that flavor. Deglazing means to take the sticky parts on the pan that you've created, whether those are meat bits, kimchi bits, vegetable bits, whatever the case may be, and you're picking up all those things off the pan like that, see? It's all flavor right there. Don't be afraid of what's on the pan. So now you can see what we've done here, right? It's a huge difference. So we're gonna add two different types of kimchi, two different stages of kimchi to our kimchi fried rice. We have our caramelized kimchi. We have our regular kimchi with the juice. We have some reserved butter, and we have our scallion batons. So really, this is all we need other than the rice and the dipping sauce to make our kimchi fried rice. The first thing I want to do is I want to start with my rice. And I'll show you that right now. So I'm going to put some oil in there. So you want to use day-old rice. For kimchi fried rice, especially in Korea, we use a short grain, kind of sticky, semi-sticky rice, Calrose rice. But you'll find in a lot of fried rices, maybe fried rices that you're familiar with, they're using a jasmine or a basmati rice, a long grain rice, where all of the grains are separated. But this is a different style of fried rice. This is a fried rice where you want some of it to clump together and stick together. There's a difference between sticky and gummy. You don't want gummy, you want sticky, okay? And you want it to have this dry texture. You'll feel it when you have it day old. You don't want to fill the pan with too much moisture. because it's gonna slow down the process. I don't wanna cut corners here because I'm gonna really, really show you how to make, I'm gonna go out on a limb, one of the best fried rices you ever had in your life, okay? The way you think about this rice is it's almost like making a paella. This rice is room temperature as you put it into the pan. You never really want to put hot rice into a fried rice. That's like pouring hot coffee over ice cubes. So you see how I haven't moved the rice too much, right? You'll see in a minute, I'm gonna get very aggressive with this rice. But right now, just warming it up. I'm just sticking the feet in the pool first before I push you in from behind. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening to it. I'm hearing it snap, crackle, and pop, right? I don't smell anything. I don't smell any red flags like it's burning on. I haven't even checked once, right? But I don't smell any red flags that it's burning underneath. So I know it's doing pretty good. Yep. So I'm looking for a little bit of golden color and crispiness. I'm creating this first layer of crust. We're gonna create almost like 3-4 layers of crust, and they're all gonna be folded inside. I've created some movement here. You see how the rice is a lot more pliable and movable? Okay, so you can see here, look at that, right? See that? Hello? If you knock on it, it's hard. It's not too hard. Fried rice is a very, very cheap food in the best of senses. It's very pragmatic. It can exist with very, very minimal, humble ingredients. There are a lot of countries throughout Asia, throughout history, that didn't really have that many resources. The challenges of life force you to find creativity and ingenuity, and I think this is our manifestation of that. Ooh, look at this. Forget about me talking shit. Look at this. See that? Look at that. Okay. Now, this is when we're gonna add our caramelized kimchi. I'm loving the color and the crispiness of the rice here. I love the sound still, the snap, crackle, pop of everything, or the crackle, crackle of everything, in case that phrase is trademarked. Ooh. It's a lot of caramelized kimchi. I'm gonna take some out. It's okay, you know? It's not the end of the world. You put too much in, what do? You take some out. Nobody's gonna hurt you. You can eat this any time of the day. With a lot of the food that I'm showing you throughout these lessons, this kind of like hybrid of Korean American, LA, Latino, immigrant, outcast, weirdo food, there's no breakfast, lunch, or dinner to this. This is just food. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my fresh kimchi plus the juice. The liquid from the juice gives it a lot of flavor, and it kind of like pulls everything together a little bit, right? You see that? It kind of like seasons the rice. And we've done so much drying and crisping so far that it kind of like loosens it up again to get it ready for its final stage. We're almost at the home stretch, guys. You could literally just take some old ass kimchi, take some old ass rice, put it in a pan, and just bam, 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 bam. Still be good, but this is great, okay? So you can be good if you want, but I'm teaching you how to be great. Where's Khalid at? Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add my scallions and a little bit of the paste to taste. You add the scallions at the end because you don't want them to become all the way soft. You want a little texture in there. And the final thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the butter and season. So we're almost done. I know this has been a long process, but sometimes the most simplest foods, if you take the right steps to make them, they come out more than the sum of its parts. So I'm gonna add the butter. I like to add, for this amount, for a full pan, I like to add about 3 big, what I call knobs. I'm gonna just let that sit for a second. And then the final touch that we're gonna add to this fried rice is our dipping sauce, one of our mother sauces. This is going to be the final liquid that pulls everything together. This is, again, just add to taste. I never follow recipes. Ooh, ooh, look at this. I'm smelling butter, I'm smelling kimchi, I'm smelling soy, I'm smelling ginger, garlic. Oh my God. Oh, I wish you could taste this. But you will taste this because you're gonna make it, right? Promise? Promise, please? Now what I want to do is I want to make our sunny side up eggs. So I put some oil in the pan there. And just a touch of butter. If you're gonna put butter in a pan, always put a little bit of oil so that the butter doesn't burn. So I'm just gonna do a sunny side up egg. So I can be a little bit generous with the heat on that. So this is like a medium to high heat. The egg binds the rice together and gives it that kind of like mouth feel at the end, and you always get the egg yolk dripping into the fried rice itself. In this right here, I've just shown you a basic kimchi fried rice, but you could put in breakfast sausages in here. You could put in your leftovers from last night. You could put in the panchan that we're gonna make later. You could put all kinds of stuff in here. So what I wanna do, because I've already caramelized a lot of it already, I wanna keep this top part kind of soft like this, right? And I wanna create the cake on the bottom, the crispiness on the bottom. So when I scoop this into the plate, it's gonna be like I'm scooping a crispy part on bottom with a soft part on top, and I'm gonna lay that in the bowl. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm almost done here. There are different stages and layers that I've put into this one pan, right? We've gone on a Homer Iliad journey together in this lesson, right? And it's just like, now I'm here, I finally at a point where it's almost done, and that's when I wanna start the egg, because this egg is the final touch. All right, here we go. Look at that. Now I'm creating the crust, you see that? See how the edge is right there? Starting to crisp up. And you see how puffy it got, right? Y'all see that? That's the sunny side up egg right there. Okay. Now I got my fried rice. So I'm gonna gently pick up this rice from the bottom here. And I'm gonna place it inside my bowl. Preserving the crisp paella style, tahdig style rice on the bottom there. I'll put one in a different style bowl here, just for shits and giggles. Now what we're gonna do, I was just cutting up the egg here. It's a nonstick pan. I don't wanna scratch the pan. That's why I'm using this heated rubber spatula that can handle the heat. I'm gonna put that on top there. Look at that. Hi. In LA, we say, ay, cabrón. Hi. Put some scallions on there. This is gonna be the shot they probably used for my poster. Make me look like I'm a real chef and shit. Put like a little bit of furikake. This is dried nori with like dried fish powder and sesame seeds. I'm gonna put a little bit of nori powder on top here. Then I'm gonna put the sesame seeds, crushed sesame seeds. I'll give it a little bit of a wipe. Hands, hands! You would send this out into the dining room. And then show you. I'm not good at that, man. I'm not a blogger. I'm not good at that. Sorry. I think they hired me for this class just for this egg pull right here, but I didn't do it right. So, what are you gonna do? Well, that's kimchi fried rice. Yeah, I'll eat it. Shit. Oh my God. This type of food that makes you go like this. Kimchi fried rice. You can find the exact recipe and all of the ingredients in my class guide. I don't know, man. I'm not Guy Fieri. I don't know how to describe it. It's just delicious.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language. We're making tuna melts. But not just any tuna melt. We're making a kimchi tuna melt. I know some of y'all might be thinking, I paid for this class to learn how to cook. What do you mean a tuna melt? How hard can that be? But this is a recipe that's all about technique. You'll be able to apply skills and care that you'll learn in this chapter to almost any sandwich you make. So stick with me on this one. I promise you'll have a good time and learn some new tricks along the way.
I really love making sandwiches. I think this dish is probably really the essence of how I really cook. The two things that I love the most are the Midwest and diners. And this is like the perfect combination of all of that. I know I'm an LA kid, but if I ever had another shot at life, I would just want to be a casserole Midwest person making tuna melts and eating at diners all day, which is really the way I would love to eat for the rest of my life. What we have here, very simple ingredients, but beautiful ingredients. We have our sourdough bread. We have our cheddar cheese. We have our butter, our kimchi. We have our minced scallions and our small diced minced celery. We have our cans of tuna. A little bit of salt over there for the tuna salad itself. I have one pre-made here, but I'm going to show you how to make it. We have our Tabasco mustard mayo and salt and pepper to pull it together. So let's get to cooking. The first thing we want to do is we want to drain our tuna.
You can use water or oil-packed tuna. It doesn't make a difference.
I really learned how to make a tuna melt early on in my cooking chef career. I started out in really busy restaurants in New York City and stuff, but very early on, I ended up deciding to change my career path and cook in small resorts and country clubs. And one of the biggest sandwiches that we made at the country club was a tuna melt. This recipe has its origins from that, but then it also has some variations. So first thing you want to do is you want to drain your tuna out of the can. You know, I know there's going to be an exact recipe for this in the course guide, but to me, tuna salad is always made from the hip. You know, it's kind of like one of those foods that you just kind of make with your eyes and intuition. And hopefully through these lessons, you'll develop that intuition if you don't already have it. And you'll be able to cook kind of freestyle like this, you know. So we want to add our tuna, our celery, our scallions, and we're going to add our mayo. This is a Japanese mayo that I use. It has a little more egg yolk in it. It's a touch sweeter, a touch more luxurious in a sense. If you can, and you can access it, and I think in the world now where everything can be delivered, you can probably find it, but just always use a Japanese mayo. It's just going to make your tuna salad, your potato salad, your macaroni salad that much better, you know? So I always like to add what I think is just going to be under the amount that I need before I add all of it. You can always add more, but you can't take away in many senses. So as you can see, I freeformed that mayo in there, but it just doesn't look like quite enough. So I'm just to add a touch. I like to add just a splash of mustard in my salad. some Tabasco sauce or some hot sauce. Pinch of salt. Nice good amount of pepper. That was a 2-finger pull on both. See if y'all paying attention. Mix that up. See how this tastes. Always taste your food. This is one of the recipes where I want you to make mistakes. I want you to keep tweaking. I don't want to see measuring spoons and measuring containers for this. I want you to make this salad just like I'm making it here, okay? We're making this in real time together like this. And I want you to be comfortable with the stages that it takes to get it to the place that you want it. Because this is cooking too, knowing what you want, what you see, what is going to be the right consistency and flavor. That's good. This is the part where I'm going to show you how to do a simple grilled cheese. So you want to get softened butter, room temperature butter. This is where you can be very generous. The worst thing in the world is, I don't know if you've probably seen this all over the place, when you have sandwiches and you go to a deli or a sandwich shop, and then like only the middle part right here is toasted, and then everything else is not. I hate that. That's my pet peeve. So you want to make sure you butter this thing all the way through. You have to have pride in all your cooking, whatever it is. Even a bowl of cereal. Take pride in how much milk you put in there, how little milk you put in there. Sandwich, how much you butter it, how much you don't butter it. You know, all these things matter. And that's the number one lesson I want to teach you in this curriculum, is that you got to care about every little thing. You know, I just used a fucking half a stick of butter for 4 slices of bread. Sorry. But in any case, when you don't care about food, you see it all the time, you know, like people like, right? Shit pisses me off. Corner to corner, take care. Every single step. There is no part of a dish that is less important than the other. Every step matters. Okay, so we have our bread buttered. We're gonna go on the plancha with that. I'll probably cook the small one here. We're gonna move over here. Come on over with me. We're gonna turn this flame up to a medium heat. We're gonna add some oil to it. So if I wasn't making a kimchi tuna melt and I was just making a regular tuna melt, it's the same process, right? There you go, right? The sizzle. I'm making 2, right? So 1. I'm not measuring a fucking thing throughout this whole recipe. And I'm gonna stick to that. That should be good. Okay, so the thing you want to do with tuna melt, again, you got to remember you have mayo in here. You have kind of this beautiful kind of like tossing and emulsion of grease. So you don't want to like get it too hot. You don't want to cook it too much. Well, all you're doing is warming it through. Because again, going back to the sandwiches, the last thing you want, and usually the thing that you get, and the last thing that you want, and hopefully after this lesson, you stand up and you will demand the better sandwiches in your life, because you don't want this with cold tuna inside of it, and then like popped on the griddle, the middle part is crispy, everything else is white, and the cheese is half melted. Nah, man. Okay, so we're just gonna warm this through. You gotta make sure the tuna is warm. You're making a warm sandwich. How the hell are you gonna put cold tuna inside a warm sandwich? Right? So you see that? You know it's ready when it starts to clump together like that. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add some of our kimchi to this. There we go. Move that together like that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Kind of want it to loaf up like that a little bit, right? So now that that's ready, I'm going to turn it down. I know that's good. I have my pan going here. I have my griddle going here. Ooh, that's hot. Before you make sandwiches, make sure you have all your mise en place and all of your other things ready to go, okay? Because the last thing you want to do is get this thing on the griddle and then realize you got to go back and do all this other stuff, right? You want to make sure everything is within arm's distance and is ready to rock, because once you start this process, there's no turning back, okay? So we're going to start. Hear that sizzle? Beautiful. So if you don't have a plancha at home, I'm going to show you how to make the same sandwich in a pan, okay? I'm going to make this one really, really drippy. So I'm going to put 2 slices on each side here. And ultimately, you want to keep watching this, moving it around a little bit. Move it to colder parts if you have to. And you want to make sure you get an even crust on each side here, okay? And then ultimately you can put this together and you have a grilled cheese sandwich. You're all good. But now, do the same thing here. Okay. Ha-ha. Mama raised me right. Look at this. Should be enough. Flip this over. See that? See that? I'm smiling on the inside and outside. I hope you are too. See, you see how I put it on? You see how the flame was just the right, like this is even a little low. You see that? So I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. This griddle was perfect. It got the right amount of sound. It crisped evenly around here, right? I moved it around enough. The cheese is melting. This is just the first stage. You don't want to get it all the way here on the first stage, okay? You want to get it kind of like 80% there. See that cheese pull right there, that cheese melt? Take this sucker. Ow! Look at that. And we ain't even done yet. Ah. God damn. Okay. Look at that. So if you have a pan, griddle, whatever the case may be. Okay, so I can see the smoke coming out here, so I'm a little worried, but I'm okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This ain't even brioche and it look like brioche. That's how good it is. See that? Probably turn the flame off. I know the residual cooking is gonna take it to where I want it. All right. Got these beautiful diner style plates. I'm just gonna let it rest just for a second. You don't want to cut into a hot sandwich right away, right? It's not like you want it to get cold, but you just give it a moment. You already know that the tuna is warm inside, right? Because we did it. This is just perfection. Use a serrated knife. Masterclass wants a cheese pull, but again, I'm not a food blogger, so I can't guarantee it. But let's see. Got a little mini one. Got a little mini one. Come on now. Look at that. Woo. Look at that. All right. So I got that one there. Let's see if this one cooperates. Got a little one. Look at that. That's a kimchi tuna melt. Look at that. Look at that fucker. Yeah, I'll take a bite. Take a bite of a little one. Tastes like the childhood I never had. So good. Cut. Ain't nothing more to say, man. That's it.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language. We're making pancakes, but probably not the kind you've seen before. These mung bean potato pancakes are salty, savory, and delicious dipped in scallion dipping sauce. Yum.
There are many different styles of savory pancakes within Korean cooking. Some are made with seafood, some are made with flat scallions, some are made with just mung beans, and there's also just a straight potato pancake. I've kind of made this kind of mutant version of a kamjajjeon, which is a potato pancake, and a bindaetteok, which is a mung bean pancake. Mung bean in its dried state right here is this yellow kind of lentil type of bean. And then what we do is we soak it to reconstitute it. You could soak these for a couple hours, preferably about a day. You don't necessarily have to use all the water that you're soaking it in, but just like with any bean, you want to kind of use a 3-to-1 ratio of water to bean, because the bean is going to soak up all of that water and kind of like inflate again. We also have some tempura flour here. We have some salt. We have some chives. We have a half an onion, some scallions, and a potato that I will add later. We have our dipping sauce, which we will use as the dipping agent for the pancake itself. And then we have some water. I was just making sure it wasn't vodka. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add our soaked mung beans here. We're going to add our chives. We're going to add our tempura flour. We're going to add our salt. You can find tempura flour in the market. If not, you can just use a activated high rising flour. That's not a problem at all. And then we're going to take an onion. We're just going to rough chop the onion. And then the water here. I'm going to add half just in case for now. Give this a quick whirl. Okay, let's take a look. I'm kind of glad I only added half the water at this stage. It looks a little bit loose to me, but it's okay because right now what we're going to do is we're going to add the potato to this. So I have a box grater here. I want to kind of grate this about as fine as I can. What we're doing is we're grating the potato to not only get shreds and threads in there, but also the juice. Okay. Okay. All right, so we have our potatoes. So I'm going to take this. I'm also going to mince some scallions real quick. The more you practice, this will become second nature to you as well. Okay. So I have our minced scallion. We have our potato. I'm gonna add the potato to the pan. I'm gonna add our scallions to the bowl. I'm gonna add our batter. And like I said, I was a little cautious with the water because I thought it might be a little too thin. And if I wasn't gonna add the potato, I would be really worried as far as will this pancake be too thin. But now that I've added the potato, you can see it's kind of become a little more viscous and thick. Still think it's a little thin for my taste, but we'll see. Sometimes you're pleasantly surprised, even when you doubt yourself. Okay? All right. So now we have this pan going. I want to turn it to about a medium heat. I'm going to add my oil to this. This is just a vegetable oil. You can use just a light olive oil as well. You want to be generous with the oil in this pancake, okay? I'm going to add some salt and pepper and do a quick little test. Even with the pancakes that you get at a breakfast spot or for brunch, the way you want a pancake to go is you see how it's risen a little bit? And when you know a pancake is ready to flip is when I call it 1,000 bubbles. When you see like all these little bubbles, you can see here how the pancake has changed form. It's created a crust around the edge. Flip that over. So luckily, I didn't put all that water, and luckily the batter, even though it was thin, the potato saved my life. You know, sometimes things change. You can't just follow the recipe and not be in tune with everything that's going on. That's not cooking, that's just copy and pasting. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing with the heat, up and down, right? Got this little tester here. See if it has enough salt and pepper. Oh, yummy, yummy. Yeah. I taste the potato, I taste the mung beans. Mung beans taste very earthy, almost mushroomy in a way, almost like a bright lentil soup. It tastes like a pancake that I could put syrup on, but it also tastes like a pancake I could put hot sauce on. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. I'm gonna make 2 pancakes here. Now I'm gonna make a pancake like my mom did and continues to do. Her hustle now is making pancakes. She used to hustle kimchi out of the trunk, but now I just recently visited her and she's like making these pancakes and selling them to all her friends. But definitely growing up with the parents that I had and the struggles that they went through to provide for us is a part of my hustle as well. That's fucking delicious, man. So fucking good. While those things are going, I want to plate up our dipping sauce. So this is one of our mother sauces, our dipping sauce, which is a perfect complement for these pancakes. I'm making a mess. But that's okay. You know why? Because of my motherfucking class. I can make a mess if I want to, and so can you. Don't worry about it. Yeah, our dipping sauce, our pancakes. These guys are looking good. See the puff up here? I can tell that this thing is not burned, even though I haven't seen the other side. Just like you, I haven't seen what's under here. So I don't know if the rabbit's gonna come out of the hat on this, but we can see together in real time. This is real. This is not any form of TV magic. So let's see what happens. Ah, beautiful. Again, intuition, sight, sound, smell. These are all part of your cooking lessons. We're almost done. This is a very simple recipe. It's really literally just the mother sauce and this beautiful potato pancake. This can be breakfast, you know, and again, I know it's not a pancake that you smother with maple syrup and butter and all that. It's pretty much an American breakfast because it's a hash brown, it's a pancake, and if you put meat in it, it's a bacon sausage, all in one thing. I'll take this over a crepe any day. Fuck crepes. You could do this with just the tempura flour, the scallions, all the other ingredients, and add more potatoes. So if you can't access mung beans, which I know is not as easy as getting the other stuff, you can just do this as a straight potato scallion pancake. You can also do it with just the flour, you know? You can add kimchi to this. Oh, this is so good with kimchi. Oh, I'm so happy with that right now. I'm so fucking happy. I'm so happy I get to share this with you. So happy that this thing that a lot of us as Asian immigrant kids, Korean immigrant kids, like we grow up around, you know, is something that has been very private in our lives that we've never been able to share. Because how do you get America to understand savory pancakes? And if you don't grow up with these flavors of this taste, there's a learning curve in your palate. So in most cases, it's just easier not to serve these things to people unless you grow up with it. So I was just really proud that this recipe made it. This is the type of food that we feed to little babies. You know, little babies in households are holding these pancakes, you know, and eating them in the diapers, you know, no shirt, no, just the diaper, and then like the mung bean pancakes, you're walking around, you know, just eating these motherfucking things like this, you know, and that's really, you know, it means so much to be able to show this to you. Okay, so. It's almost there. These guys are looking good. Got our babies. Don't worry about flipping a pancake. Don't worry about splattering it. If you're worried about splattering something and you feel like, oh, I messed it up, just remember that splatter, all you gotta do is go like this. Put it under the rug, no one's gonna know. I mean, nonstick pan, it's really important because you don't want any of this stuff sticking, you know. I mean, make it easy on yourself. You know, make the best pancakes you can possibly make and don't try to prove anything to anyone. You know, I think about like all of these competition shows where they try to beat each other. Cooking is not about beating someone else, you know? There are plenty of sports out there where we can pulverize someone. But cooking is not that. Cooking is about taking care of people, about feeding people. And you don't have to prove yourself, you know? The thing you have to prove when you cook is just make delicious food that people want to eat. That's the ultimate trophy. You know, we could serve it like this, or we could actually serve it like pancakes, like flapjacks. And so what you can do is you can serve it on the side like this, okay? Let me get a plate. Stay where you are, don't go anywhere. All right. So you could just serve it like this, rip it up, dip, and eat, or you could serve it with the sauce on top, very rustic-like that. And then, just a combination of the mung beans, the flour, the potato, the herbs, the spring onions with the dipping sauce, the mother sauce. Man, I wish you could taste this. But you will, because you're gonna do this. You're gonna cook it, you can cook it. So thank you for attending this lesson. These are our savory mung bean potato pancakes. I hope you enjoyed. You can find the full recipe in my course guide. Oh, yummy, yummy.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. Dumplings are made in between the shifts. If you don't believe me, go to your local Korean restaurant in town that sells dumplings and go there at about 3 p.m. You'll see everyone working in the restaurant sitting down together,
having family meal and making dumplings and basically talking shit. Who got plastic surgery, who looks good, who looks bad, who's dating who had a kid with that guy, that person got a new car, you know, but they can't even pay their bills. Everyone from the busboy to the dishwasher to the owner to the bartenders, everyone is sitting down making dumplings. You usually have a huge mound of filling and a bunch of dumpling wrappers, and all the politics between front of the house, back of the house, whatever the case may be, are all gone, and you have the 3 p.m. to make the dumplings together. So I call these 3 p.m. dumplings.
Okay, so we're gonna make a lot of dumplings today. I'm gonna give you recipes for 2 types of fillings, a beef pork tofu filling and a mushroom filling for all you vegetarians out there. Then I'll show you a few different folding and cooking techniques. You can mix and match any of these techniques, so basically I'm giving you the recipe for 12 different types of dumplings in one lesson. You're welcome. First, I'm going to start out showing you vegetarian dumplings with a duxelle base. That's just a fancy way to cook mushrooms. So let's start with the ingredients. For the duxelle, we'll need button mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, shallots, chives, and white wine. For the rest of the filling, we'll need ginger, scallions, napa cabbage, an egg, roasted crushed sesame seeds, oyster sauce, sesame oil, soy sauce, rice wine vinegar, gochugaru, garlic, flour, and your bank account. Shit, there's a lot of stuff in there. This is a vegetarian recipe, but just a warning, it's not vegan. We'll need that egg to hold everything together.
A duxelle, if you're not familiar, is basically taking mushrooms, pulverizing them, and then cooking them down with some shallots and then white wine. We're gonna use just white button mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms in here. We're just gonna give it a quick pulse. Pulse them, pulse them, pulse them, pulse them. And you don't wanna over process your mushrooms. As you can see, I'm being very gentle with it, because if I go too much, it's gonna basically create a paste. And that's not what I want. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So now what I'm gonna do is I have my hot pan. Mushrooms absorb a lot of whatever liquid is gonna go in, so I wanna put a lot of oil in there. So I'm gonna turn this to about a medium heat. I'm gonna throw in my shallots first. And I don't want too much color on these, so I'm gonna cook them to what's called translucent. And I'm gonna take my mushrooms. So you see that it's just releasing its flavor. Add my mushrooms to this. All right. So now we have our chopped mushrooms in there. Is it 3 p.m. already? What gossip have I heard? It seems as though in the restaurant industry, someone is always hooking up with someone, but that someone is never me. But all I know is that everyone around me was hooking up with everyone around me. And somehow I ended up being the manager. And then seeing it the next day after they hook up, that's always awkward. So I'm cooking these mushrooms down, and I'm wanting to get them as dry as possible. So I'm cooking out all the moisture from them, and we're cooking them to what's called au sec, which means like almost dry. While that's cooking, what I'm gonna do next is put together the fillings. So we wanna put in our cabbage, our scallions, our ginger, our garlic, our red chili flakes. We're also gonna put in some sesame seeds. I'm gonna save some. Put a little bit of chives. I'm gonna put in our sauce, our oyster sauce here. And then our sesame oil. And then our soy sauce. And I'm gonna also crack an egg inside of this. The egg binds everything together. Coming back to this. I'm just trying to make these as dry as possible. Now that they're semi-dry, I'm gonna add some white wine to deglaze it. Because you dry them out as much as possible so that when you add the wine, the mushrooms can absorb all the flavor of the wine. and then dry out again. I'm gonna season up a little bit. Smells like salt, pepper, mushrooms, and shallots. Very, very fragrant. So we have now this mixture here. Look at that. That already looks like a wonderful filling, right? So I'm gonna put that over here for a second. And my mushrooms are about done. I'm gonna add some chives to it. You add the chives at the end because you don't want them to lose too much color as you cook. Okay, and now I'm gonna turn that off and just let that chill for a minute. I'll put that in a bowl so it cools down better. Okay. Let's give it a taste. Delicious. Okay. So we'll let that chill for a second because I want to add that to the filling, but I don't want to add it while it's hot.
It's time to make the beef pork filling. You ready? It starts like the other one. Add your cabbage, scallions, garlic, ginger, gochugaru, sesame seeds, oyster sauce, sesame oil, soy sauce, vinegar, and your little brother. Then your proteins, beef and pork first. Crack that egg and add the soft tofu. And finally chives, sesame seeds, and a little bit of salt and pepper.
Add these leftover chives. These leftover sesame seeds. I'm just gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper, because why not? I have oil and then I have water here. We're gonna do one version that's going to be boiled, and we're gonna do one version that's fried. So I'm gonna take a little bit of flour. This is your slow motion shot. It'll look like I'm a real chef. Not too much flour, just enough.
Okay, there's one more ingredient you need. Dumpling wrappers. You can make your own, but I'm going with store-bought. No shame in that game.
You know, this is fun. This is a fun thing to do with friends, with your family. You can get creative with dumplings and put whatever filling you want. You can make sweet dumplings. I'm showing you two variations today. You can boil them, you can steam them, you can fry them, you can pan fry them, you can put them in soups. So it's always a good idea to make, you know, as many dumplings as you can because it's not like you'll ever run out of options of how to cook them. What we want to do is get the filling.
This is our meat filling, but the process is the same for our veggie filling. I'll show you that later.
And you work in an assembly line format here. You don't want to overfill your dumplings because you still want to be able to close them. So I would say it's like a quarter of a tablespoon, maybe half of a teaspoon. That's the right amount. There's something beautiful about the imperfections of dumplings, like all of them having just a fraction more or a fraction less of the filling. So now what you do here is you take your water. Sometimes you can use an egg wash as well, but you use your finger, right? And you just go around. Go around one edge. And this is going to be your sealer. And you want to kind of press so that you get as many air bubbles out as you can. If you have air bubbles or you don't seal it all the way properly, what will happen is they may pop. You may end up with your filling outside of the dumpling instead of inside of the dumpling. Like let's say you go like this. Look at that, right? I fucked that up, like that. It's okay. You know why? Because all you gotta do is reopen it. Right? You just reopen it, put it back in there, and then do it again. Similar to like rolling a joint, right? Sometimes like you might get a hole in it or something. You can just take a little piece of the other dumpling wrapper, just kind of make a little patch mark there, right?
That's not a problem at all either. Let me just show you. You can start from the top. Use the points of your fingers to push as you're pressing. I'll show you just a good one. Just so that this whole lesson is not just filled with me talking shit. And you keep pushing, pushing. And then you have your dumpling. So now we have our water boiling here. I want to reduce that to kind of like a medium light simmer. I'll just add a touch of salt to the water, not too much. Because our dumplings already have so much flavor inside of them, I don't want to oversalt this. I'll just put these on here like this. Let's say you're doing a bunch of these dumplings, but you get a phone call, and these are all folded and done, but you had to run away or something. You just get a kind of a semi-wet towel, and then you just place them over the top of the dumplings, and also over the top of the wrappers that are left over, and then you'll be good. You don't want them to dry out, yeah. So we're gonna pop these in here. The great thing about dumplings is that they'll tell you when they're done by floating. So you can see here how the dumplings have fallen to the bottom. But once they start floating, I'll kind of know that they're done. So here, as you can see, our dumplings are starting to float. But they're not completely done yet. Because you gotta remember, we have raw meat in the filling here. They just don't look done. And even if you're not a trained cook or you're just starting to cook, you can trust your own instinct, you know, like you know when something looks done or not done, right? And these are almost there. And the signifier that you're gonna get is you can see how they're starting to wrinkle and kind of come together and really, really like shrivel up together. When that becomes a little bit more extreme, you'll kind of know that they're done. I feel like they're done now. You see that? Okay. Turn that down a little bit. All right. They're always served with like a dipping sauce, and you know, with dumplings, because they are kind of crescent shaped, you could do them in a spiral. You could also just do them shingled like this. You know, even if you're just having a snack, you always want food to look good, right? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Put those over the top like that. Take some sesame seeds. We also have some chili crunch oil here that if you're feeling adventurous, you can buy chili crunch oil at your local Asian market if you'd like. Probably find it online as well. It's becoming so popular. Put that over the top like that. Do a little pepper for color if you'd like. So there's our steamed and boiled dumplings right there. Yummy, yummy. Yummy. I need another one. Ooh, so good. There are a few foods that I feel like I could knock out huge amounts of. Oysters, I have it documented on the chef show that I'm on. I did 72 in one sitting. Dumplings, I can probably eat. I could probably knock down 100. I could probably knock down 100 of these. That's no problem, man. Another one is soba noodles. My mom used to order me the 1, 2, 3 soba noodles, 3 orders at a time, and they used to stack them. I'd knock out one, put it aside, and knock out the other. But I could eat like 100 of these, no problem. So now we have our duxelle.
if you remember, and our mix here. Put that in there like that. And then we're gonna mix them together. I always say that with food, your barometer should be like when you put something in your mouth and you eat it, you know, like there should be no question. Like it should just be like, fuck yeah. You know, like when you eat it, like, fuck yeah, that's fucking delicious. And that's it. And that's when you know food is done. That's delicious. Okay, I'm gonna try to show you a crimping technique. So you put these up here like this, and then you take the top part and you fold in, okay? Fold in again, and you're kind of like holding the back and the bottom in a pouch. And keep folding, you seal it up. You can just make like a little pouch. You could also do dumplings this way where you make like a beggar's purse. Crimp in each side, like that. And then pinch right under the folds. And then just give it a quick twist. And then you can make a beggar's purse like that, okay? This oil should be about 300 to 325 degrees. If you're afraid of frying at home, it's understandable. It looks like this thing's gonna blow up, but you don't have to be afraid. It's okay. And maybe a good way to start is to start with doing it in a shallow pan. That will be a lot easier to control. If you don't have a spider, you can use a spatula, a slotted spatula. You can use a slotted spoon as well. Remember, whenever you're frying something, you have what's called carryover cooking. So you kind of want to bring them out right before they're done. You never want to bring them out when they're done, because then what's going to happen is the carryover cooking is going to take it past where you want it. After you pull out dumplings, you want to put them on a paper towel so that it absorbs a little bit of the oil. There you go. See that? Thank you for taking my lesson on dumplings. We have the boiled version and the fried version. I hope you enjoy. Warning, this class contains some bad in language. Get ready. We're making carnitas with pork fat, cilantro, lime, rice. And then in the next chapter, we're gonna turn that whole thing into a burrito. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take our pork butt. This is about a 5-pound pork butt. Sometimes it's called pork shoulder. And in no way is this carnitas that I'm about to show you traditional, but over time I've kind of developed it where it's a kind of very low maintenance and it yields an extremely flavorful product. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna season our pork butt with salt and pepper. And we're gonna be very generous. The bigger the cut of meat that you have, the more generous you can be with your seasoning. Okay, you wanna get it all on the inside, on the edges, all around. The way that I'm seasoning this pork butt is the same way that you would season a prime rib or a rack of lamb. This is not singular towards just this recipe. This is a technique and a process in which you learn how to season any cut of meat. This is only a 5-pound one, but you could do it as a 10-pound or 20-pound. It's just gonna take a little more time. And this is what we're gonna do on a very low heat, very slow, sometimes up to 4 hours, 6 hours. The larger the cut, sometimes you can go up to 12 hours. I always like to cook them overnight. You fall asleep and there's just something beautiful about you sleeping and this roast kind of snuggling in the oven at the same time. So we have our seasoned roast here. You see that? See how much I put on there? You wanna take your garlic cloves, you wanna stuff them in here. Okay. Then you're gonna take your Dutch oven over here. And then you're gonna put your roast right inside the Dutch oven, okay? The Dutch oven doesn't have to be hot before you put it in. So I'm gonna take this Dutch oven here, just put it in right like that cold. And I'm gonna take the oil and I'm gonna drizzle it all around. As the pork fat renders and mixes with the oil, it's going to give you enough pork fat to be able to put into your rice. Anytime you roast a large cut, as you can see, you have the flesh side here and then the fat cap here on top. By having the fat cap on top, all this fat is going to render and liquefy. And when it liquefies, it's going to create kind of a shower effect over the rest of the meat. And that makes it juicier, obviously. As juicy as Tom Holland doing Umbrella. We're gonna take this Dutch oven, we're gonna put it into a 225 degree oven. You put it in and you say goodnight, okay? You don't have to turn it, you don't have to touch it, you don't have to do anything. Just make sure the temperature is extremely low. 200 degrees, 250 degrees, 225, 215. I like to sometimes even go 185. 185 for 12 hours. I know there are measurements out there for rice. Sometimes it's 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 or 3-to-2. Again, I don't think I've used a measuring cup in any of the recipes here that I've taught you because I really want you to cook from the heart and the soul. So I'm just gonna fill this thing with as much rice as I think I need. So let's say about a third, right, of this whole container. You don't wanna go up to here with rice because what happens when you cook rice? It inflates, right? So then the rice would come over, right? So you wanna give yourself enough room, obviously. The way we do it is what's called the finger method. We're gonna take the top layer of the rice here, stick the tip of our finger to the top of it, and then have the water line reach just past our first index line here on the finger. I don't know if all of us have the same place where our line meets on our finger, because I've seen my friends' hands, some of their lines are like way the fuck down here. But for some reason, no matter where your line is, if you do this method, the rice comes out the same. It's pretty crazy. But anyways, come on over here. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna wash the rice 5 times. You could wash it 3 times if you want. You could wash it 1 time. But I found that 5 times was the adequate amount to get rid of the starch. You don't necessarily have to get rid of the starch. It's just something that will help the rice not become too sticky. It's very therapeutic to wash rice because what happens in the 3 or 5 or even 7 times that you go through this cycle, you'll see the rice go from cloudy to clear. You can't cheat the process. You have to go through it. And it just feels like a cleansing of yourself. Because how much time do we ever really spend for ourselves to think and slow down and think about who we are and why the hell we're here? And think about your ancestors and your parents and your grandparents and your siblings or whoever the case may be, your loved ones, and just really try to transfer the energy of that into your rice. I know it sounds corny, but I'm just saying that if you were able to do this every time you wash rice and you eat rice, let's say 5 days a week, and you never had time to ever do it before, at least washing the rice gives you a minute and a half out of your week to think about your loved ones. This is my 5th wash. In most cases, this should be sufficient. But I still see a lot of cloudiness in there. A lot less cloudiness, but it's not really where I want it to be. So I'm gonna go one more. I was actually thinking about my family right now. I'm thinking about you a little bit that are watching this. Thinking about my team that I work with at Kogi. Thinking about Donald Trump. Nah, I'm just playing. I'll show you here. I can see that the water level just goes beyond my first line on my index finger. And that's when I know that this rice is gonna be perfect. And I haven't measured a thing, right? So we'll see. All right. Here we go. I think that's it. Sound like something went on. The music sounded like a positive jingle. If it does become too complicated, buy a rice cooker that has less gadgets with it. This guy is pretty high class right here. Let's check on those carnitas. I have a couple in the oven. I did one while you were sleeping. And then I have the one that we put in together that is all the way done. All right. Oh, that just smells fantastic. This is the great thing that I mentioned earlier about doing this overnight is it's like a smell lullaby, right? Because when you wake up in the morning, your whole house will smell like this carnitas. So here's the half-done one, as you can see. And it looks good, right? It looks beautiful. You can see the fat is rendering, but it's still a little bit tough, right? It still needs a couple hours. But instead of that, we have now our fully cooked carnitas. And look at that. And I'll show you the difference again. The difference, the size, the fat has rendered. There's much more fat in there, as you can see. And I'm gonna show you. This is a spoon, right? It's not a knife, it's not a fork. And there, you've heard that term fork tender, but I don't know if you've heard the term spoon tender. You can see here, this roast has been cooking for anywhere from 4 to 6 hours. I have all this beautiful fat here on the bottom that we're gonna use for our rice. We have these carnitas here that are just slow roasted so beautifully, confeting and cooking in its own fat. So delicious. If you want a little more caramelization in this, right now what we could do is we could put this on the flame here and add a little bit of soda, a little bit of cola to this and some couple cinnamon sticks. And we can cover it and put it on a low flame for about 15, 20 minutes, and it will create a nice caramelization. But I'm fine with this right now. So we're gonna put our half-cooked one back in the oven and let it continue to braise. And then we have this one that's ready to go, ready to rock. We're gonna do a quick blanch on our tomatillos. Very quick blanch. We just wanna soften it enough before we put it in the blender, okay? Let's pop those right in there. This pork fat rice was just an idea that I came up with because I didn't want to discard all of that beautiful fat, you know, and I was like, okay, rice can absorb so much flavor. Why don't we try to put it in there? It ended up becoming very delicious. Like just pork fat and rice together with salt and pepper is a little heavy. So I thought, why don't we put in like a nice bright green salsa in there and a lot of lime juice and just make it absolutely delicious. I have a garlic clove that's gonna go into this puree as well. And why not just give that a quick little poach as well so we can take out some of the astringency in the garlic itself. As that goes, I can start to prepare my blender here. In this blender, I have Italian flat leaf parsley and cilantro. Just give it a quick rough chop. It's already been washed and dried, stems and all. Okay. And the beauty of this sauce is you're gonna pack it beyond what you think is enough. You see that? So you want this thing to be extremely beautifully green. I'm going to add some lime juice to this. We're rolling the limes to break up the segments and the flesh inside so it'll produce more juice. Okay? So I feel like these have been here, what, about a minute and a half or so? That's plenty of time. This is a process, this short, quick blanching process is a process you could also use for what's called tomato concasse, where you peel the tomato skin and then dice it. We're gonna let that shock just for a second. Blanching is to cook in hot, simmering or boiling water. And then shocking is to put in ice water to cool it down immediately so that it doesn't overcook or the color doesn't fade. Okay. And if the limes are too hard, you can always use a fork or a spoon. I don't think I've had one fucking fork this whole class, whole curriculum. So, see, goes back to the things that you don't need. You can get by without a fork in life. But yeah, you could use this, a fork or a spoon, get in there. And you just twist it around and really get all the juices out that you can, right? All right, we have tomatillos. If you put them in the blender hot, it's going to affect the herbs that you see here. And it's gonna darken them and bruise them, and it's gonna make the sauce a little kind of like army green, you know? I'm gonna add these tomatillos that we had already blanched earlier. We're gonna look for a bright green, and you'll see in just a second. I'm going to add just a splash of water because I know that it's just gonna need a little help coming around. I'm gonna add some salt and pepper. For this amount, a full blender's worth, I put a 3-finger pinch, about 2 or 3 3-finger pinches, right? I can see that it needs just a touch more water. More water or more lime juice, whatever. And then if it's not going all the way like you want it, it's gonna fall out now. But if it doesn't go there, if it didn't do that, you could help it along. Turn it off and help it out. Don't do this when it's on though. Mamma mia. Let's give it a quick taste. Look how green that sauce is. Add a little more salt to it. Tasting for acidity, herbaceousness, salt, enough salt. I want it to taste like it looks. So food should taste as good as it looks. And if it doesn't, it just needs a little more seasoning or a little more this or that or love. Ah, now that's delicious. Ooh, our rice is cooked. If you want to see it. You see all the little holes here in the rice? That's when you know it's done, right? So we're gonna put this rice in a bowl. Once I put it in a bowl here, I'm gonna fluff it just a little bit. It separates the rice. It allows a lot of the steam to escape. It just makes the rice a lot more delicious. Okay, here we go. Now for the fun part. So we have our beautiful pork fat here. Take the biggest spoon that you got. Start to take some of that pork fat and pour it into the rice here. So this is one big bowl of rice. This is about 10 or 12 tablespoons pork fat. Okay. Take this back over here. Now, take this beautiful salsa that I have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes I like to work in kind of ratio, so I put 12 tablespoons of pork fat. I'm gonna put about 6 tablespoons of green sauce. See how that works out first. Don't overwork the sauce in your blender, or else you're gonna bruise the herbs. There'll be an exact recipe in my class guide, but if you stick with me, you don't need to go to that class guide, okay? Just cook, just cook. Add some more salt, a little more pepper, and I like the idea of maybe adding a little more pork fat. You know the level of pork fat is right when you're like, that's enough pork fat. You just know it, you know? Just know it. It just tastes. It tastes like you don't need to put any more. That's when you know food is right. And it's okay that if the recipe said this much, but you taste it and it's still, you're like, could use a little more or this or that. That's cooking, you know? That's cooking. Oh, that's delicious, okay? All right. I was gonna serve this just like that in the Dutch oven, serve a platter of rice, but I changed my mind. And I'm gonna serve it all together with the pork on top, okay? So we have this beautiful rice. I think there should be enough there, right? Like that. Create a beautiful bed of this bright green rice. I'm gonna leave a little room around the outside because I think I'm gonna pour some sauce around it. Okay. I'm gonna take our beautiful carnitas here. Take that sucker, put it right down the middle like that. This is spoon tender. This is when, if you're from LA and this comes out just like this, what we say is, ay cabrón, hey. Look at that, huh? Ay, look at that. Oh, man. Carnitas have been in LA for a very long time because there's a lot of Mexican migration to Los Angeles. And to be honest, Los Angeles was actually Mexico. But carnitas is something that you usually get on the weekends. Now you can get it every day, but carnitas is usually something you wait all week for on Saturday. You get up early in the morning, you stand in line and you buy it by the pound. You get the carnitas and the chicharron and a big thing of menudo. And you go home and you just eat and then you fall asleep. And you wake up Monday. That's carnitas. Okay, so oh, look at that, beautiful, huh? I lost my train of thought for a second because I was thinking about growing up eating carnitas on a Saturday afternoon. I have 2 different types of salsas. I still have that salsa left over from the rice, which is really nice and bright green, which I might use actually to pour around this, okay? Just create like a little moat of greenness around it there. Just put enough so that it just kind of falls down naturally. You can tap your plate a little bit. Okay. A little bit, yeah, look at that. And then now I can take one of our mother sauces, right? Salsa verde. Pour some of that in this side one here. Even take a little bit of that and drizzle around as well. Just give it some flavor. Take some of the radishes, stick them all around. Come on now, if you don't make this, the fuck you watching this class for? You know what I'm saying? Carnitas by Papi. I hope you enjoy.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. I want you to waste nothing. And I especially don't want you to waste carnitas and cilantro lime rice. So I'm gonna show you how to take your leftovers and your salsa verde mother sauce and make a fucking delicious burrito.
We've done a lot of cooking. So we've made carnitas, we've made salsa, we've made rice, we made pork fat rice, and we still got carnitas left over. So we're gonna make burritos out of these carnitas. So the first thing that we're gonna do is we're gonna toast our tortillas just a touch. Burritos as we know it here in America aren't really things that they eat in Mexico. The closest thing that you would see to a burrito, it's like a rolled taco. It looks like a mini burrito, almost like the size of a tamale or the size of a candy bar, but it's actually a taco. So we have our tortillas. We just want to get them pliable. If you don't have fingers of stone, you can use a tong, okay? And you can see they have a little bit of blistering caramelization, but they're also still very pliable, right? I'm gonna make 3 burritos for you in a flash. Beautiful, okay? The first thing I wanna put as a bed is the rice. See that beautiful green rice on the bottom there? The next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my carnitas. If this was cold, you could break it up and put it back on the plancha and get a little more color on it. Or you could just take it right out of the hot cauldron here. And because it's so soft, right, so tender, you don't really need to break it up that much. You kind of want these chunks to bite into, right? You take this here, a little bit of that pork fat along with it, right? Oh, look at that, huh? This one has all the fat in it. That's the chef's one. I'll put some more fat here. Ah, beautiful, huh? Okay, so we have our burritos here. We're gonna put some onions in there. Also, I'm gonna put some cheese. This is a cheddar cheese. Put it on top of the hot carnitas. I'm gonna take our salsa verde mother sauce. It's back again. Okay. I'll take a little bit of our green herb sauce here. pinch of salt. And we're gonna roll these bad boys up. So good way to roll a burrito. You could roll them open-ended like this too, which is great. Another way to do it is take the filling, go on each side here, come underneath, use your pinkies here to keep everything intact, and then roll, okay? And what I'm gonna do, who really needs a plate? Take our foil. Kind of make a big square. Go from the corner side, roll over, about halfway through, give it a fold. And then roll. Same thing here.
I'm wrapping these in foil because that's the way you get them on the streets. But also, it will help keep them intact while you eat them so you don't get burrito juice all over yourself.
There's our burrito. Give me a quick cut. One. It's our carnitas burrito. Let me try and see if it's any good. Please check out my class guide. So fucking good.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. We're making grilled whole fish with ponzu sauce, a classic Japanese citrus soy sauce that's tangy enough to make your mouth pucker. I know a lot of y'all might be a little intimidated by grilling a whole fish, but just hold my hand, I got you. It's gonna be easier than you think, I promise.
Hi there. Welcome to your lesson on how to grill a whole fish. So a great thing about whole fish is you get to utilize the whole animal. Nothing goes to waste, but it's also a great way to get more flavor because by grilling it whole instead of just the fillet, the bones and the structure of the fish allow the meat to stay moist and you get the crispiness from the skin. So I'm going to show you my version of a grilled fish with ponzu sauce. Let's get started, okay? So the first thing you want to do is make sure your fish is fresh. You want to look at the eyeballs, make sure they're clear. You want to look at the gills, make sure they're nice and red and they're not gray. You want to smell the fish. The thing about fresh fish, it's a bit counterintuitive to the word fish because you don't want fish to smell fishy. The moment that fish smells fishy, it means it's going bad. So there should be no smell. And if there is any smell, it should smell like the ocean. So before we start grilling the fish, we want to make sure that it's dry. So you can take a paper towel, just pat it down. And I know in a lot of other classes, I'm a little more free form with everything. But this, with whole fish and with any fish, you want to be as delicate as possible. Okay. Before I season the outside, what I do want to do is I want to make some slits into the fish. So you're going at about a 45-degree angle, and you're going to make a slit into the flesh. I like to do 3. You want to make these slits so as you grill it, the inside of the fish itself can grill evenly. You want to season the fish inside and outside. So you can start with the inside cavity here. This is truly silly, but it is what we call making it rain. See how liberal I am with the seasoning here, right? You want to be able to cover everything evenly. So we have our fish thoroughly seasoned, right? That just looks the way it's supposed to look. I'm gonna grab a lemon. I'm gonna cut the lemon in half. I'll cut these into half moons, fairly thin. Okay. I'm gonna place these lemon slices inside the cavity here. This is a branzino. A branzino is a very common fish to grill, and it grills really well. It has a really even flesh. It's the right proportion and size in many cases, but a lot of what we call round fish is really good for grilling. Snapper is amazing. Bass is fantastic to grill.
You can get any of these fish at your local grocery or fish market. They'll usually come to scale like this one, but if not, you can always ask who's ever behind the counter to help you out.
Like to take some Thai basil and just stick it in there. They call it Thai basil, but in Thailand, I don't think they call it Thai basil. They just call it basil. It goes back to another argument that I had about labeling stuff. It's much more fragrant and pungent. It has a sharper taste than the basil that you may see throughout the Mediterranean. So we have our cilantro stuffed in there. We have some thyme. If you don't have these fresh herbs, you can use chives, you can use parsley, oregano, or if you just can't get fresh herbs, you can just not do the fresh herbs and just do the lemons, okay? So we have our fish thoroughly seasoned. Check on our grill. I want to turn this up to kind of a medium-high heat. I can test it by just putting a little bit of oil on there, and I can see it's not that hot yet, so I'm going to give it a moment. The goal of this grilling is you want the skin to become a little crispy, but you do want the herbs to transmit flavor throughout. So that's why you stuff the cavity with it. So now as that grill is getting hot, I'm going to make you our ponzu sauce.
Ponzu sauce is a classic Japanese citrus soy sauce.
So our ponzu sauce has soy sauce. It's a very easy sauce to make. Rice wine vinegar, water, lime juice or yuzu juice would work well. Even a calamansi juice. Calamansi is a kind of a citrus fruit from the Philippines. We're gonna take a knob of ginger. In this sauce, I'm not really looking for pieces of ginger. I'm looking for the puree of the ginger to blend into the ponzu itself, all right? If you don't have one of these microplanes, I suggest getting one. They're great for zesting citrus. They're great for doing this with ginger, for even pureeing a small onion. Having a microplane and you doing this with apples or pears or even hard stone fruit, it adds like a different kind of, what is that to your recipes, you know? Okay, so we have our ginger. And then we're gonna take some jalapenos. We're just gonna slice those very thin. This sauce will last a long time because really, and especially if you don't add the ginger or the jalapenos, you could have a ponzu with just the liquid ingredients that I showed you. It'll last a long time because, you know, the soy sauce will kind of protect everything. So I have some jalapenos here that I sliced very thinly, and I want to just put those in there like that, okay? I can see now that my grill is ready. So what I want to do, especially for fish, it's sometimes easier to use a spray. So spray your griddle or your grill, and be generous and spray your fish. Okay. Now here we go. It's gonna take about 8 to 10 minutes on each side, maybe even less, but we'll see. It's very important to grease the grill or spray the grill first because the skin on this fish is very, very delicate. And the grill is a little unforgiving. So if you don't thoroughly prepare yourself to grill this fish, what's gonna happen is it's gonna stick, basically. You know, you're gonna end up with a hot mess. I'm not guaranteeing that I won't end up with a hot mess, but I've improved my chances not to. I'm gonna taste my ponzu sauce. That's, I had a little salt. That's fucking delicious. Okay. The more this steeps, like a day or so, the better it gets. Because the jalapenos, the ginger, all have time to express itself. I'm also going to add a little bit of lime zest into this. I think the recipe calls for it, but if it doesn't, the reason I'm adding it is because the lime was here. You know, and that's a part of cooking. Sometimes there's a lime hanging out, and it's just going to make the food better. When you zest a citrus fruit like a lime or a lemon, you don't want to go too deep. You don't want to like zest it all the way to the flesh. You just want the outer skin. Okay? Oh, yes. All right. I'll taste this and I'm going to check the fish. Oh, that's so delicious. Let's get busy, y'all. See what's going on here. Just checking, making sure everything's okay. Can't be generous with the spray. All right. I'm gonna use a spoon to help me out here a little bit. I'm looking for grill marks. I'm looking for the side to look. Oh, I didn't stick. Ah, I broke it a little bit here, but that's okay. We'll put that either on the bottom or I'll put the slaw on top. Thing about mistakes sometimes is you can cover it up. What are you gonna do? All right. But most important thing is not how perfect you get it or if you make a little mistake. It's about how delicious it is, how well cooked it is. And look at this. You can see that I've cooked this one side perfectly, right? The flesh is cooked. I got a crispy skin here. So as that's cooking, I'm gonna start to put together my plate. I wanna take all of these herbs that we use to stuff the fish, and I'm gonna put them on the bottom here. This is going to be a bed of flowers for our fish, a bed of roses. Maybe take some of that leftover lemon that we had. Sometimes cooking is about like, again, the decisions you make in the moment. I'm looking at the plate, I just wanna cut it a certain way. I think I'll do this kind of very natural, like just all throughout. Nothing too formal. I'll turn this down just a touch. So as you can see, because I'm listening to it, I turned it down because I'm listening to it. It's moving a little fast. I don't want to overcook it. As you can see here, once I've put the fish on there and turned it around, I haven't touched it that much, right? And the timing is kind of in my head. You know, it kind of felt like 6 to 8 minutes on that first side. You know. Okay, what else we got going here? Oh, we got our vinaigrette, we got our slaw. We've done everything here that we needed to do. The way we're gonna serve this fish is we're gonna put this whole fish right here, and we're gonna put a slaw either over the top, or I may do a slight tableside fillet with it. We'll see what happens, how I feel. And then we're gonna make this slaw with one of our mother sauces. which is our kogi vinaigrette, right? And if I do decide to fillet it tableside for you, I should have wore a tuxedo shirt. And then I'll put the fillet over here and I'll surround it with the ponzu sauce. Let's see. I'm no Thomas Keller, so let's see if we get to that point. Well, the skin is getting very crispy and charred. You see that? I'm looking at the flesh here. It looks like it's cooking through. It's still translucent a little bit. I don't want to cook it much more. So the thing about cooking fish, fillet or whole fish, is hurry up and wait, right? It kind of moves from like, fuck. It's like, waiting forever, it's taking forever, and then all of a sudden it's ready, And you have very, very little window between your frustration with waiting and how long it's taking and the window of it being ready and then being overcooked. You got to watch everything. You got to look at it. The flesh in the beginning is going to be very pinkish. And then as you cook it, it's going to become what's called translucent, which is a little bit kind of clear but cloudy. It looks moist. And then if you overcook it, it's going to become extremely dry and flaky in not the best way, right? I can see here that my fish, I like the way it's looking. So I'm going to pull this over here. And a lot of times when you're plating something, don't make it harder on yourself. Like if I was to try to take this delicate fish that might fall apart at any second and try to move it all the way over here, I might not make it. So what's the answer to that? Pull the plate over here, right? Look at that. Look at that. Put this. Aha. Aha. Now, have some more ponzu here. Maybe I would serve it like that. Okay, so here we have our whole grilled fish with ponzu sauce and kogi slaw. You have a whole grilled fish with tons of herbs, tons of lemon. This is maybe one of the most delicious ways to eat fish. Definitely you squeeze all the lemon over top, dip it into the ponzu, eat it with the herbs, eat it with the salad. You have your kogi vinaigrette for a little bit of spice. You could serve it just like this and people just dig right into it. So once you've cooked your grilled fish, again, you could serve it just like this if you'd like. There's no shame in the game in serving it whole like this and have everyone dig in. Another way you can do it is you could try to separate the flesh from the bone here. And if the fish is cooked correctly, in most cases, your spoon should be able to cut right through it. I'm cutting from the spine down. And what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to pull the fillet from the bone here. Okay. I just cut the tail part off so that I can get this all the way over. Okay. I'm going to use this spatula for the rest of it. There we go. Pull that over like that. And then see, it comes straight off of the bone, just like that. So then you're going to take your fillet like this, which you're going to serve to your guest, right? could take your ponzu sauce. This is about as fancy as you're gonna fucking get from me, okay? I'm only doing this because I like y'all. So we have our beautiful filet here with our ponzu sauce. I have our vinaigrette and our slaw. Just put that over the top. Okay. Some pepper. And then that could be a portion for one person. And that's kind of what you would maybe serve in a restaurant, just like that, right? And then you have the rest of the fish here, which you can now either just take the bone off, like this. I'm just pulling from the tail. Again, if you've cooked it correctly, everything should pull off very easily, right? And then I'm gonna snap it right here at the neck. And then from there, you could serve the rest of your fish same exact way. Just put it in the middle so that some of the flesh is exposed. You could take your ponzu and just drip it all over. You should definitely eat the head. That's a delicacy. That's what people fight for, is the head. Whole grilled fish, filet tableside with ponzu, and scallion slaw. Thank you for coming along with me on this journey of how to grill whole fish. You can find the exact recipe in my class guide. The eyeballs taste like eyeballs. And so imagine what an eyeball would taste like, and the eyeball definitely doesn't trick you. It tastes exactly what you would think an eyeball would taste like. So it's a delicacy. It's something that you have to enjoy. There's no convincing you that the eyeball tastes like something else.
Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language. The beginning of a Korean meal traditionally starts with something called banchan, flavorful little bites of food that whet your palate and give the chef a chance to flex. There's almost always one banchan on the table, kimchi. Earlier in this course, we made kimchi paste and I showed you how to kimchi napa cabbage. Now I'm going to show you how you can kimchi almost anything in the world, starting with Asian pear and watermelon.
You don't really make like this amount of kimchi at a time. You know, it's kind of like one of those things where you make a lot. So you have a lot of leftover. You got some leftover paste. You've already filled 2 containers of Napa cabbage kimchi. You're like, I don't want to make any more Napa cabbage kimchi. And then you're like, okay, wait a second. Roy told me that kimchi is not the cabbage, it's the process. So then all of a sudden that opens up your mind. You have all of this. And who doesn't have fruits and vegetables and cucumbers and zucchinis and lettuces in your refrigerator that you just haven't had a chance to get to? The beautiful thing about this paste is you don't have to throw anything away because you can just turn all that day away kind of fruit and vegetable into kimchi. So we're gonna do an Asian pear kimchi and a watermelon kimchi. The thing about these two is that I know Asian pear may be something you may not be able to get everywhere, but just consider this an apple. Think of this as a pear, radish, even oranges, peaches. It's, you know, summertime, nectarines, apricots, whatever the case may be. I'm gonna show you a quick way. You can use a peeler, of course, right? Use a peeler. But if you don't have a peeler, you can also use your knife. Hold it here. You wanna kind of go around, and you wanna keep this a little bit at an angle, okay? A little bit at an angle because you don't wanna go into the flesh. Very much like filleting a fish, for example. You don't want to hit the flesh. You just want to take off the skin. So kind of come around like this. You can try to keep it all in one strand, okay? Practice. Practice is the trick to this. But also the angle, and also just following the contour of the fruit itself. And again, you don't have to be perfect. You can take these little blemishes here that you didn't get to. Normally, I'd be able to do this in one shot, but I'm a little nervous right now with y'all watching and shit like that. I get like a little nervous, but if I was in my kitchen at 2 o'clock in the afternoon just doing prep, like this shit would be all one ribbon. I'll try to do that. Get over my nerves. This could be something you learn in culinary school, something you learn in the kitchen, but it's also something that you see maybe your aunties or grandma do as well. Because again, not everyone had peelers. We're gonna make these into kind of large dice. Asian pear is like, it's a lot more water filled. It's round versus like a Bartlett pear or a Dangju pear. But Asians don't call Asian pear. Just like Mexicans don't call Mexican food Mexican food. Moroccan food ain't Moroccan food to Moroccans. You know what I'm saying? So why the fuck was this called Asian pear? We're gonna change that shit right now, right here. This is no longer called an Asian pear. It's called a pear. So now I'm making kimchi. This is easy. These two kimchis that I'm about to show you are just kind of like a utilization type kimchi. Kind of like outside the box, you know, get you more comfortable with it, give you the room and the bumper guards to say, you know what? I can turn anything into kimchi. You can even turn your little brother into kimchi. You know what I'm saying? Like if your little sibling acting up, just get this kimchi paste cover with motherfucker in that shit. Okay, so that's that. Maybe we add a little bit of salt. Shit, why not? And look at this. There's a thing that you'll find in our recipe section later called gakdugi, which is basically daikon kimchi. But this can be like, you know, you go to a fine dining restaurant and you serve this and you call it, with the quotation marks, gakdugi, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you know, all the food people are gonna lose their shit. You know what I'm saying? But look at that. So that looks like gakdugi, but then you eat it. And whoa, it's sweet. And it's a pear. And you're like, wow. Well, all it really takes is just taking your leftover paste. You're about to throw away pears, and you make kimchi out of it. And then all of a sudden, they call you a genius. And your friends love you. Your family lets you back in the house. You get into the college of your dreams. Everything. But you see this, as I'm plating it, if you've ever been to a Korean restaurant, you will know as soon as you order the food, you get something called banchan. And in the banchan, in most cases, you're gonna get a little plate of gakdugi, which is daikon. And this is how it's usually plated. Just gonna garnish with a little bit of roasted sesame seed. This you don't ferment, you eat right away. So this is, you want to utilize this. I mean, you can ferment it, but the fruit is just gonna become really gaseous and soft and kind of mushy. I would say if you're gonna ferment this and you don't have the ability to eat it right away, I would use that and puree it and then let it ferment, puree it, and then turn that into a sauce or a hot sauce or a condiment or something like that. But if you're just going to try to utilize your leftover kimchi paste, sorry, during this class I'm burping a lot because I'm fucking eating kimchi this whole time. So if you didn't believe me about the kombucha thing, it's, you know, you can watch this in slow motion. So this is really about leftover kimchi paste, whatever you have in your refrigerator that's going bad or that you just can't get to or you're sick of eating, and you just kimchi-fy it, then it becomes something totally new. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same exact thing. We're gonna do the watermelon kimchi. Watermelon is delicious as it is. I already have some cubed up here. We'll take our kimchi paste again, put that in there. I always have a little bit of water on hand just in case. I thought that I may have had to thin out the kimchi paste a little bit, but I realized the fruits have so much water in it that it did the job for me. Okay. Add just a touch of salt. I'm gonna add a touch of pepper. I'm gonna add some of this crushed sesame seed in there. And this I would eat like on a hot summer day. I would eat this. Maybe you could even eat this with some goat cheese like this. You could do this with tomatoes. Kimchi-fry your tomatoes and make like a caprese salad with mozzarella or burrata and some basil. You can still follow the fundamentals of that cuisine, but you just kind of, you put your swag on it. You know, you make it, you shift it, you put your flavor and you make it yours. I just thought this was really nice, the blue and the red, two very LA colors. Okay, so I have my watermelon kimchi. Look at this, man. One class, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 different types of kimchi. Your refrigerator is empty, your trash can is empty, and you got a ton of food to make a lot of people happy and yourself happy. And there are plenty more ways to kimchi-fry whatever fruit or vegetable you have. Just go over to my class guide.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language. I love panchan, the tasty little bites that come before any Korean meal, because they offer such a variety of flavors, textures, and techniques. This panchan is made by blanching broccoli, or just about any other vegetable you can find in the fridge.
These are really, really simple panchans. They're called namul in Korean, N-A-M-U-L, namul. So there's kimchi and namul. Usually when you sit down at a restaurant, at a Korean restaurant, if you remember, you'll have different red items, which are the kimchis. But then you'll have all these other things that don't look spicy, like a boiled potato or mushrooms or bean sprouts, spinach, broccoli, all these things. And that's what's called namul.
And these are all panchan.
I'm going to show you how to make it. So we have boiling water, just like you're making pasta. You add some salt to it here. You can use this method for any vegetable. This could be cauliflower, spinach, it could be bean sprouts, it could be bok choy, it could be whatever you want it to be, okay? We can put a pasta strainer in here, but we could also just go straight in like this. I like to go straight in because I like to, especially with green vegetables, you want to give them room to move around. If you crowd green vegetables too much inside of a boiling pot, it's going to, one, cook it unevenly, but it's also going to trap and hurt the chlorophyll within the vegetable, and you're going to get it very, very muddy. So I'm going to put that in there. And blanching means that you're, you know what blanching is? Like, swimming is swimming, right? Blanching is like putting your hands in the pool and throwing water on your body, right? That's blanching. So all we're going to do here is put them into that boiling pot, and when the water comes right back to a boil is pretty much when they're done, or even before that. And you can see here how beautiful the color is, and we're going to shock it so that we preserve this color. There's something going on scientifically here where the hot water, the salts, the boiling water, and the green vegetable are all reacting to each other at the same moment. And there's a certain time period where that shit's going to change. This window is very short. You see how bright it is? And this is done. This is a spider that I'm using. If you could ever invest in any piece of equipment and you're going to do a lot of blanching, a spider is your friend. But you could do it with a strainer as well. Okay. A lot of people understand that if you leave stuff in boiling water too long, that it's going to overcook it or turn it gray or whatever the case may be. But people don't think that about ice water. So sometimes I see a lot of cooks or young cooks in the kitchen and they're blanching all these vegetables And then they have all of these Lexans full of ice water. They throw their vegetables in there and they leave them in there for like hours, you know, because they're doing all kinds of other stuff. And they think because it's ice water, it's not going to hurt the vegetable. But it is. You know, it hurts it in a different way. Shocking is literally maybe 30 seconds to a minute at the most, okay? Depending on the vegetable. Okay. I'm going to take out our broccoli here. Look how beautifully green they are. I'm gonna get rid of some of that water again. All right. So now, this could be bean sprouts, it could be spinach, it could be cauliflower, it could be broccoli, it could be potatoes, it could be whatever you want it to be. In this case, it's broccoli florets. You got a bag of these sitting in the refrigerator, you don't know what to do with them. That's all you need to do. Blanch them, shock them, hit them with a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Add a touch of sesame oil to it. And a splash of rice wine vinegar. A lot of this crushed sesame seed here. Add some more salt. Let's give it a quick taste. So good. So thank you for taking this lesson. For a detailed recipe list and how to cook the other vegetables that we have here, please go over to my class guide. They'll all be there for you, I promise.
Warning, this class contains some bad in language.
I just want no waste in your life. I don't want you to throw away fruits or lettuces or anything in your refrigerator. I wanted you to be able to take those things when maybe they're at their last state or you don't want to eat them anymore or whatever the case, you've run out of ideas of how to cook them. You just pickle everything, you know what I'm saying?
We're making another panchan, my version of a quick pickled cucumber.
Very, very, very simple. A little counterintuitive to how maybe pickles normally would be made. I don't know how I came up with the recipe kind of inside out like this, because in most cases you would just make a pickle brine and then pour that over your cut vegetables. But for some reason I decided to do these pickles where I'm cooking the whole thing together, almost like a saute. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to slice our cucumbers. We have 4 cucumbers. These are Persian cucumbers. You could use any type of cucumber that you find. English cucumber, regular cucumber. And you want to cut these things 1/4 inch maybe, that looks like, right? We'll call it a 1/4 inch. You want to cut them into these kind of like discs. Okay. Try to be as consistent as you can with all your cuts always. Because you got to remember that everything needs the same amount of cooking time, right? So panchan is kind of like a Korean pickle. It's something that comes at the beginning of a meal. It's a way to make something out of everything that you have. And the panchan, sometimes what it does is it's a reflection of the restaurant or the home cook that is serving it to you. So you'll see different variations of, you know, things, anything from potato salad to seaweed salad to cucumbers to kimchis to bean sprouts. But in most cases, they're kind of like a little personal imprint of whoever the cook is and kind of like how their mind, it's like a look into their creativity in a way. The stuff that I'm showing you here is a little bit of a hybrid between how I was raised and kind of like who I am, like when I don't want to work that much, you know? You ever in a mood where like you just don't want to do like all that shit, you know? Like you just want to put on some sweats, t-shirt, just like, you know, grab the easiest thing. Sometimes you just put your head under the sink and drink the water from the faucet because you don't even want to go and get the glass. Like that's like what these are. So we're gonna make the instant pickled cucumber. So what we have here, we have sugar, we have salt, pepper, vinegar, sesame oil, star anise, some chili powder, some sesame seeds, okay? So we have a hot pan over here. And again, this is a counterintuitive pickle in the sense that most pickles you would just make the brine first, put all of these sliced cucumbers, I'm dropping hella cucumbers over here, sorry. If you guys had a camera underneath here, y'all would be laughing. So you put the star anise in there. So I'm gonna add a little bit of oil, a little bit of the sesame oil now that the star anise has had a moment. Add the sesame oil. I'm gonna add the cucumbers to the pan. And I'm gonna add the sesame seeds, the chili powder, I'm gonna add the sugar, the black pepper, add the salt. I'm gonna give this a quick toss. And I'm gonna add the vinegar. You can put cumin, fennel, anything. I'm gonna add a splash of water to this. So we just want to bring this to a boil. We don't want to really cook the cucumber. We're just giving it like a little bit of like just a kiss. So you can see here, cooking this through. That's so delicious. So I like that, that's it. However long that was, that's it. Hot pan, bloom the star anise, add all the ingredients, hit it with the cucumber, bam, 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 talk shit for about a minute, and then it's done.
These pickles can last up to 2 weeks in the fridge and are delicious on their own or in a stir fry. Warning, this class contains some bad f***ing language.
We've reached the part of the journey where basically we take everything we've cooked and we put it into a bowl. And if you've taken this journey with me, I think we have so many great things to put inside of a bowl. We have pickles, we have kimchis, we have panchans, we have all different types of barbecue, we have carnitas, we have tuna salad. If you just have rice and you just have a bowl, then all of those leftovers can become this beautiful, beautiful mixed rice bowl, next day rice bowl. All you need to do is maybe put a fried egg on top. This is a modern version of what's called a bibimbap. But in this one, as you can see, we have our gakdugi, our broccoli panchan, our kimchi, our bean sprout panchan, our quick cooked cucumbers. We have rice underneath, and we have two of our mother sauces here, dipping sauce and also our kogi vinaigrette. Over here, we have our watermelon kimchi, our pear kimchi, our barbecue vegetables, our kalbi short rib. We could put carnitas in here as well. We have rice in here. We have our salsa verde. You know, we could put some more salsa verde on there just for color. Look at that. It's just so beautiful. You know, cooking is not only about what you're making in the moment, but it's also about gathering. It's also about putting things together, finding a connection between where things are and being spontaneous and allowing yourself to be spontaneous. So that's where these rice bowls come into play. To end it with a big surprise, the team that has been wonderful in filming me here, and they've given me this special mystery box to figure out, you know. So let's see what's under this towel. Ha! All right. So the challenge that the team gave me here was exactly what this whole lesson is about. And it's about looking in your fridge. It's about what's the after party of your own life, your own life of solitude. You can have an after party with yourself. It's all right. How can things that look like they're so far apart become so close together? And that's really what this course is about and what it means to have a next day rice bowl, is to take your leftovers, put them on rice.
Check this out. We got lychees, pineapple, corn, tteokbokki, bacon, barbecue spam, pork and beans, bean sprouts, cotija cheese, mustard, lettuce, and our kalbi short rib and veggies.
So the way I look at this, it looks like, okay, it looks daunting, right? Like, wow, look at all these different things. What the hell are you gonna do with it all? But instantly my mind goes, easy money. So I'm gonna make these lardons of bacon here. A lardon is like a thick kind of strip of bacon. Sometimes it can be left in this stage, or you can cut it into batons here. But I like it at this shape here. We'll sear the bacon. At the same time, I'm going to take the spam and I'm going to cut those into this shape as well. Okay. I have my kalbi here. I'm going to throw some kalbi on there. All right. I'll look at all the things I need to heat up first. So the first thing you want to do is address what needs to be heated up. Add some of this tteokbokki. Tteokbokki is spicy rice cakes. I'm also going to add some pork and beans. So I'm looking at the proteins. I know that those are all going to taste good together. Then I have a challenge here of like, what am I going to do with the sweet stuff? I think what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to cover it in maybe some of the mother sauces here and really try to make a bit of a relish out of it. All right. So we're going to make a rice bowl here. It's always fun to eat your next day rice bowls in really ostentatious, ridiculous sized bowls. In pajama pants and sweats and watching like K-dramas. Put your wrap on, put your pajama pants on, snuggle into the couch, get an oversized bowl, get all your leftovers together, put on a soapy drama, and just go to town, you know? So the bacon here. Have my pork and beans. I think my pork and beans are almost ready. I'm gonna put those off to the side like this. Spam. Now I'll put some of my sauces on there. Some of my, well, this is where your mother sauces really come in handy. You should always have some of your mother sauces on hand. I'm putting the dipping sauce and the salsa verde in there. Okay. In another bowl, I'm gonna take some of that sweet stuff here. We have our lychees. We have our canned pineapples. Just gonna rip up the pineapple. I'm gonna toss that with the kogi vinaigrette. A ton of sesame seeds. Pinch of salt. Kogi vinaigrette because it has a little bit of sweetness to it and a lot of spice. And I'm gonna mix that up together. Mixing sweet and savory together there. Even add a little bit of this teriyaki spam. those things together, okay? And then I'm gonna add a little bit of this cotija cheese to it. A little black pepper. It's not really a dessert bowl, but it's like a pineapple pizza in a bowl. I have my bacon here. I'm thinking, what has pineapple? What has bacon and ham? Pineapple pizza. I don't have dough, but I do have rice cakes, which are doughy. I have the pineapple in there. And I have the kogi vinaigrette that's filled with flavor and umami that can mimic like the tomato sauce in a sense. And then from there, I also have the teriyaki spam, which mimics the Canadian bacon. So I have all that, and the sesame seeds. And then I have my other rice bowl going here. I have my kalbi in there. Everyone was like, oh man, don't look at it beforehand. You know, like, crazy under there. It's not that crazy under there. Come on. We have some furikake here. We have some chives. Some sesame seeds. You know, I think through all of this, what I want you to understand is cooking is not always just about like you have to cook. Cooking is also a little bit of assembly and a little bit of painting, mixing things together and having fun, you know? That's cooking too, right? Making a rice bowl with leftovers is cooking because it takes the fundamentals of cooking to think about how you want to place things, what bites you want to have, how it's all going to mix together, you know, and that's cooking too, you know what I'm saying? So in the pineapple bacon pizza in a bowl, we have teriyaki spam, we have canned lychees, spicy rice cakes, canned pineapple, kogi vinaigrette, bunch of sesame seeds, a little bit of salt and pepper, and some chives and cotija cheese. And in the oversized K-drama bowl, we have bacon, grilled vegetables and lettuces and corn, short rib kalbi, teriyaki spam, furikake and salsa verde, and dipping sauce. And the fun thing about doing it like this is you get to take a big spoon, you get to mix it all together. And you want to have an oversized bowl. This kind of food, you don't eat like this. You eat like this. Like that. And it's just fun. You know, it's fun sometimes. And you get to utilize everything you have in your refrigerator. Every meal has a secondary meal attached to it. And that's the lesson of this course. I hope you've loved this whole curriculum. I've loved cooking all of these dishes for you. I've given you every ounce of who I am. I really believe that if you just follow them as is, you will become a better cook. It will live with you forever. I will live with you forever. And wherever you are in life, from the moment you finish this curriculum, the rest of your life is going to be better. And I promise you that. I hope that I get to do this again.